So good evening and welcome to our May 6th Town Council meeting. Madam Clerk.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. A notice of this meeting was mailed to the Star-Ledger and the West Orange Chronicle on November 22, 2013. A notice of this meeting was also posted on the bulletin board in the Municipal Building, West Orange, and filed in the office of the Municipal Clerk of the Township of West Orange on November 22, 2013. Councilman Cirillo?
Present.
Councilman Garino?
Present.
Councilman Krakowiak?
Present.
Councilwoman Spango?
Present.
Council President McCartney.
Present. Thank you. Okay. First thing on our conference agenda is an update from our Public Information Officer. A lot going on.
Hello, good evening. I have a few announcements today. Mayor Parisi is going to be hosting a series of presentations about the 2014 budget and how municipal taxes are spent in West Orange. There will be a Q&A session to follow. The meeting is open to the public and we encourage residents to attend. It was a series of 4 meetings. The first one is tomorrow, but the next ones are May 12th at 7 p.m. at the Bel Air Clubhouse, May 20th at 7 p.m. at Gregory Elementary School, and May 27th at 7 p.m. at Redwood Elementary School. On May 13th at 5:30 p.m. at the Essex County Country Club is the 2014 Annual Community Awards Dinner. We're going to recognize the outstanding efforts of First Mountain Preschool, Susan McCartney, as the West Orange Chamber of Commerce's Business of the Year, along with the outstanding efforts of firefighter Richard Smith, police officer Timothy Groves, West Orange First Aid Squad volunteer Ralph Spango, Educator of the Year Michael Lawrence, and the Edison National Historic Site. Tickets and more information can be found at westorangechamber.com. On Thursday, May 15th, we're going to be hosting the first annual pool open house from 4:30 to 7 p.m. And the rec department will be open, taking registrations for all summer programs, including swim lessons. For information about the pool or to have a packet mailed to you, you can visit westorange.org. On Friday, June 13th until Saturday, June 14th, we have the Relay for Life at West Orange High School. It's an opportunity to honor cancer survivors and remember those who have been lost, and raise funds and awareness to fight back and help end cancer. If you're interested in helping out prior to or during the event, please contact Lisa Renwick at lisa.renwick@cancer.org. We'd like to welcome a new business this week, Pink Cupcakes. They just had their grand opening and we look forward to embracing them into the West Orange business community. They can be found at 555 Valley Road. They're open from 12 to 5 p.m. daily. I think that's it today. Any questions?
Any questions?
Any questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next on our agenda is a presentation from the Jack and Jill organization. Renee Walters is here to describe that and also talk about Bone Marrow Drive, partnering with the Bone Marrow Foundation. I just want to say that the reason I put this on the agenda is not just because Renee is a dear friend, but just recently heard that 2 of my neighbors are undergoing stem cell treatment and anything that the community can do to help. Good.
Thank you, Susan. Good evening, council members. I want to show you a picture of Hunter. Hunter is a 10-year-old adorable girl who lives in South Orange, New Jersey. She was recently diagnosed with blood cancer. Specifically, it's called MDS, and she needs a bone marrow transplant. Hunter is African American, and unfortunately, minorities make up only 7% of the national registry. So it may be difficult for Hunter and others of diverse ethnicities to find a match. So on May 31st, from 11 to 2 at the Cody Arena, Delete Blood Cancer. It's the world's largest bone marrow donor center. and the the North Jersey chapter of Jack and Jill will host a bone marrow drive. Jack and Jill is a membership organization of mothers dedicated to improving the quality of life for children. So we're asking all committed donors of all ethnicities who are between the ages of 18 and 55 and good health to register. And again, that's on May 31st at the Cody Arena from 11 to 2. We'd like to ask the public to register, to become a bone marrow donor, to save a life. If you've already registered, we'd like to encourage people to spread the word, make a donation, and just come out to support. We'd also like to ask if the township would please promote the drive on your digital screens and any other communication channels that are appropriate. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Jess, we could do that? Okay, good. Thank you. Renee, if you could leave us any information, you could give it to Jessica? Okay, good. Thank you. Any questions? Next on our conference agenda is Alex Manis from the GI Go Fund.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Council President McCarthy. Thank you, members of the Town Council. I'm here at your request to share information about our program, and I really appreciate your invitation. The GI Go Fund is a 501c3 nonprofit charitable organization. We were founded in 2006 after the friend of ours was lost in Iraq. He was killed by an IED blast, and it was a huge loss to our community. And as a somewhat similar community, I'm from South Brunswick originally, and the whole town felt that loss. So I can imagine, West Orange would be in a similar situation, and possibly you have been. When Seth's life was lost, it was a real eye-opener for his friends. We decided to do something in his honor, in his memory, for his family, for his parents, something that would have a meaningful impact to the community. And when we first started the GI Go Fund, we thought, well, the Department of Veterans Affairs has taken care of everything, the U.S. Army is taking care of everything, so there's not going to be much to do. So we want to say thank you, and our idea was to take transitioning soldiers from every branch, Marines, Airmen, you name it, and take them out to baseball games, take them to recreational activities, to do nice things for them and their families. And when we started that, we got to talk to them face to face, and we then learned the real challenges that our military men and women face when they return from Iraq and Afghanistan. And it's horrific. The levels of unemployment for all generations of veterans, but especially young Iraq and Afghanistan veterans, is through the roof, has been through the roof. Underemployment, we don't even know how bad that actually is. They had a hard time accessing the benefits they earned and were promised. They have a hard time getting into institutions of higher learning and using their GI Bill to forward their education. They have a hard time doing the everyday things that we do, putting food on the table, paying your electric bills, paying your rent, just the everyday things that they fought to defend so we can do and do rather, in most cases, fairly easily. They have a challenge doing the simple things. So when we founded the organization, we founded it in his honor because as a lieutenant, Seth's job was to take care of his men and women that were, that saw him as the leader. And we wanted to continue that in his honor. So I was very honored to meet with you, Council President, and was thankful that you invited me here to share our story. It's an everyday thing. The GI Go Fund works, all hours of the night, every day, full-time veterans organization, and we couldn't do it without the support of many companies, many organizations that partner with us, many municipal governments, and many other people that really stepped up during the difficult times and made this possible. In 2010, then Mayor Cory Booker met our organization at a homelessness event, and he was shocked at the level of homelessness that Newark had, that were consisted not primarily, but a huge portion of which consisted of veterans. And he said, I want to do something about this. I don't want to just sit back and you know, see homeless veterans on my streets. This is my responsibility now. So he created a program with us in Newark City Hall, and it's not tied to any certain boundaries. This program is, although it's based in Newark City Hall, it can help veterans, you know, all across the country. We've helped a veteran that was from California, in fact. That program is available to the veterans in this town. So I want to make sure that if veterans need some kind of assistance, whether it's financial assistance, whether it's, you know, accessing benefits, getting into college, you name it, they can reach out to our organization at a local office in Newark. 973-802-1479 is the phone number. I'll hand out my business card to everybody here in case you have any veteran constituents that might need some services like this. With that, I think I basically covered
Alex, I think
everything.
your timing is perfect, because West Orange has for a number of years had our Memorial Day service at the end of this month, and recognizing the veterans that we have. In my second term as council, we started a Veterans Commission also, so that we could let veterans know what was available to them. I understand the project that you're working on right now is partnering with Habitat for Humanity to build housing specifically for returning veterans. And since we had our discussion, I found out that our municipal clerk has been helping with this fund, if you'd like to say. This is the Dress Down Jeans.
Of course.
All right, so the Dress Down Jeans, and Karen, you talk
Jeans
about it,
for
right?
Troops.
Jeans
Yes,
for Troops,
exactly.
right? So that's one way people can contribute. She says a minimum of $5.
Right.
And that would all go toward the fund.
Yes, I should mention that our biggest supporters come through the Jeans for Troops program. Our organization raises about $1 million a year. Most of it's $5 at a time because of people like you, and I just want to say thank you, and to everybody here for basically engaging the community, because we feel that it is a community effort. It's not just, you know, go to one big business and get a check. No, they fight on the behalf of all of us. So I think a little contribution from the community goes a long way as far as repaying our debt. Even though we have a long way to go as a country, every little bit helps. So.
And that's a good way to do it, because I think people do want to do something, and they would want to contribute in some way. And it's a specific day, right? I understand it's May 22nd?
This year it's May 22nd. There is flexibility if the date doesn't work, but Jeans for Troops Day is officially recognized at the New Jersey State House, May 22nd.
Okay. And wear jeans and contribute?
Yeah.
Karen, we'll do it again this year?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank
We're
you,
on
Karen.
board.
You're welcome.
Good.
Yes,
Thanks.
sir.
Yeah.
Jess will get that on the site too?
And
Okay.
do you have a website address that we
Yes,
can reference?
absolutely. www.gigofund.org.
Okay. Thank you.
I think I sponsor a soup kitchen as well, and some of the people that come into the soup kitchen are returning vets and just, down on their luck. So
Yeah.
always looking for a way to help. Thank
Anybody
you.
has any other questions?
Any questions? Any questions? No? Okay.
Where
Alex,
should I
thank
leave,
you. Yeah, you can leave them right here, and we'll pass them out. Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
everyone.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. John McElroy, Chairman of the West Orange Downtown Alliance, is here. John, I want you to talk about the program and the award and the recognition and
Okay.
the reason why you are here.
Can
A
I
lot
plug-
happened on
Can I
Main
plug
Street.
the street fair
You
first?
can plug everything, but first you have to start with 8 to 8. And
Okay.
and a lot happened on Main Street this weekend, so we have
Okay.
a lot to talk about.
Well, then Megan will take care of that. I just want to touch on how it came about.
Okay.
First of all, I'm John McElroy, and I want to thank the council for allowing the Alliance to the time to showcase our efforts. Main Street New Jersey is our parent organization, and they offer quarterly meetings throughout the state. And it addresses the 4 points of the Main Street program: organization, business building. There was 2 recently. The first one, Westfield, that Megan and Brittany went to. And then just last week in South Orange, there was a great social media day-long presentation. I actually sent one of the people from my office to it. This is important. It's important for the businesses to know that these things are available to them, and they're for free. They're provided by our parent organization, the state of New Jersey, and we're trying to get the word out to more and more businesses to participate in this because it helps grow their business. But the SLAP program was
You
one
have
of
to
our
tell me what that
favorites.
acronym is.
I'm sorry?
SLAP. Do you know what that acronym is for SLAP?
Well, Megan will
Silver
cover that.
Lining
She's the
Action
SLAP
Plan.
expert.
Okay.
So Megan and Brittany will cover how that went, but I
Okay.
just wanted to point out for the businesses that these are important events that they should take advantage of. Thank you.
Thanks, John.
Megan Brill, Downtown Alliance. SLAP stands for Silver Lining Action Plans, and the girl that created this program was only 21 when she, figured this all out. And she nicknamed it SLAP because it's a business tool, and when you decide to not do the things you're supposed to do, you slap yourself back into space, and you figure out how to do it. What she said in our three-hour seminar was that it's pretty easy to start a business. It's a little bit harder to stay in business, but it's really hard to make any money in business. And she created this business tool to help business owners evaluate revenue streams, what they like to do, how much effort it takes to do it, and how to do it well. And the seminar that we went to was a 3-hour overview that gave us just a tip of the iceberg. After we went through that seminar, Main Street New Jersey offered it to all of our businesses, anybody that wanted to sign up. And we had like 8 or 10 businesses actually sign up for the 4 one-hour seminars. A few of our businesses finished it. Brittany was able to finish it. And based on finishing the 4-week session, and there was homework, Brittany can talk a little bit about that. She was one of 9 businesses throughout the state to win the SLAP Award, which means she gets this business evaluation tool and one-on-one coaching with this, fabulous guru in business. So Brittany, if you could talk a little bit about what you actually do in SLAP.
Sure. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me counsel. I'm Brittany Childs, the co-owner of 8 to 8 Barbershop in West Orange. We did participate in the SLAP program, the SLAP Challenge, for the month of April. It was a great experience because at 8 to 8 we provide men's grooming services in a family professional environment. But one of our missions is to empower entrepreneurs in the hair industry to financial peace, financial freedom through the expansion of 8 to 8 Barbershop as a brand. And so not only did SLAP help us to continue our growth as a business, it also gave us tools that we could use to help other entrepreneurs. The 4-week program really covered some very principled things in business and in starting one's own business, but I think it's applicable across the board, whether someone was beginning their business or like us, 3 years in business, to stay on track and to be more efficient, become more efficient, and to really take some growth steps towards whatever your vision is. So we're excited to have won this opportunity and these resources for the course of the next year, and we look forward to growing and hopefully helping develop the workforce here in West Orange and serving a lot of you through hair care services.
Great.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Brittany. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you.
Just take the picture.
Oh, we're still on.
got a peek there.
Can I
Thanks,
close
Jeff.
with the street fair then?
Absolutely.
The street fair is on track. Everyone, save the date, June 7th. This is a huge cooperative effort. The town of West Orange, the West Orange Chamber of Commerce, the Downtown West Orange Alliance. We're in conjunction with Edison Day, the celebration of New Jersey's 350th birthday. It's called NJ 350. Edison Museum site was picked as one of the 3 celebration places in the state. We have our town picnic is going on that day. And we're putting together a lot of great features for the people of West Orange and the surrounding communities, whoever wants to come down. An important note is on westorange.org, vendor forms are now available. We have about 70 vendor spaces available that are, we already got about 10 or 15 signed up. The form just came out. So our push as the Alliance and the Chamber is to have this, yes, it's there. We have copies for people to review, but
Yes, I do.
it's easy to go online and fill them out right online. But our push is to have more local businesses on Main Street for our residents. This is the form.
You
This is
could
what it
tell them
looks
the
like.
pricing of the,
Pricing, you want me to go down the list?
sure.
If you're a West Orange Chamber or a Downtown Alliance crafter, artist, or retailer, very affordable, $45 for booth space. West Orange, regular West Orange crafter, artist, retailer, $75. And if you're from out of town as a crafter, artist, or retailer, $100 for booth space. So we're showing big advantages here for our local businesses and member organizations. Food vendors, if you're a chamber or alliance member, $150 for the booth space. If you're just from West Orange and not a part of either of these organizations, $200, and from out of town, $300. All nonprofits have available space to them for $35 for each booth space.
And there's a
So
whole
we're-
agenda, a whole day's agenda worth of things going on.
Yeah, we have many programs from the museum, free tours throughout the day, free admission to the museum. We have different performances. We're still scheduling. We'll
Beer
get that.
garden.
We'll get that in detail very soon. It's a work in progress, but it's going to be a big day for West Orange. It's going to be a big day for all the residents. We're very excited about it, and we hope everybody comes out.
Great. Okay.
Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you. Any questions? No?
Actually, I do have a question.
You do have a question?
I do have a question. Thank you, Mr. McElroy. I appreciate the presentation and Megan. I have a quick question. What about our website? When is our website going to be released?
There's technical difficulties, but.
You gotta go up to the mic. You gotta go up to the mic.
Thank you, Ms. Brill.
It's hard. There's like 35 things that need to get done, and I send my board that list every month that there's 35 things that need to get done in order to get the website up and running. Okay. So we probably, if we didn't tackle the street fair, I would have been able to spend all our time on that. In addition to the street fair, we're also partnering with the high school junior ROTCs on the Memorial Day event. So those two things, I need to get them shored up in good shape, and then I can go back to the website. We're writing copy. It's very, very, very close. The new banners are going to hit in about 3 weeks, so
That was my next
we're
one.
hoping that the new banners, the new logo, the website, and all those things will come together in one big swoop. I'm trying to get it done for June 7th, so we're trying. So
Thank
very
you.
soon is the answer.
Thank you, Ms. Brill.
Gives me a nice segue for the council liaison announcements that's on our agenda next, because again, on the downtown corridor, I serve on the Friends of Edison, which is the fundraising arm for the Edison Museum. And the same type of collaborative effort that we're talking about on June 7th occurred Sunday with the Luna Stage. So Luna Stage hosted the event, and we had local restaurants like Don Juan Restaurant on the corner. We wanted to thank Jose Landaverde for his delicious trays of food. The new Oak Barrel Pub, the owners there contributed food also to the event. Starlight Pizzeria contributed food. And everyone enjoyed a cocktail reception. Wine was provided by the Manor. And then we had a 3 o'clock matinee of the show Marisol at the Luna Stage. We also had a wonderful piano player, Jim Keefe, local West Orange resident, pianist that played during our cocktail reception. So these are very successful, and I like to see the collaboration of the different membership in town working together. So thank you. Anything else?
Any council?
What's it? We might as well.
No.
We can go right into council liaison stuff. Sure.
Councilman, you can go first.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman. None of the organizations that I'm a liaison with has met or have met. None has met since the last council meeting, so I don't have any liaison announcements, but I just wanted to say thanks to all of the volunteers who helped with the West Orange cleanup. I saw a lot of familiar faces and new ones. We had a great time, certainly a lot more fun than I would ever have thought I'd have hanging around in the middle of trash for a few hours. So I just want to say thanks to everyone who helped make it possible, and certainly there will be upcoming events, but I just wanted to remind everyone to remember to stop before you litter, and that you don't need a formal event such as this to help keep our community clean, because every piece of trash properly disposed helps. So thank you again to everybody.
You're right, and that turned out to be an excellent Sunday afternoon. It was more like a meet and greet, thanks to the Department of Public Works. You know, you just can walk with a group of people all around town. So I thank Public Works for making what would have been a real task an enjoyable Sunday afternoon, and the weather cooperated nicely. Anything else?
Yes.
Sir? Yes?
Okay, thank you, Council President McConnell. And congratulations to Brittany again in 8-8. You're a jewel in the crown for the downtown, and you're going to be motivation for a lot of other businesses, and we thank you. We thank you for your investment in the community. As a Downtown Alliance representative, you know, I'm very proud of the organization. There's things happening on Main Street that nobody thought could ever happen before. You're going to see changes over the next 3 to 4 months between the website when it's up. Sorry to have asked about that, because I'm on that board. I should help get that done too. But with the new banners, new businesses coming in, the street fair, it's going to be an actual cohesive thing for Main Street where people will come and really get to know their fellow residents. And the residents of West Orange should visit the Downtown Alliance. There are fantastic businesses down there that you don't know about. People just come on down and visit, take a quick walk. You know, you have businesses that have been there for almost 100 years. We have Schneider Hardware, one of our, you know, the stable business of the downtown. You have some good restaurants downtown. You have the Oak Barrel. You have many things you can go and taste throughout the downtown corridor. And so my congratulations again to the Downtown Alliance and to its membership and its executive director. And we look for more great things. It's going to be a fantastic year. So thank you. And thank you, council members and my council president.
Welcome. Anything else?
Council President, there was a meeting for the Rena House last Monday, but I was unable to attend. I had a business commitment. I did reach out to my appointment, but she has been a little under the weather and she has not updated me. I do know that they had a representative they're still working on the refinancing of the building.
Councilman.
Councilwoman, I overheard that the building is considering a program called the Rental Assistance Demonstration Program.
Yes.
I'm actually very well versed in those regulations, so if anybody needs any help, I can make myself available.
Thank you.
I'm actually working on a deal in another city through that program. It's a tax credit, so you're welcome to give me a call and spread the word.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Council President, I do want to echo what you stated in terms of, in Councilman Krakowiak cleanup day. We failed to mention the efforts of Jessica Glicker, our Public Information Officer, as well as the Public Relations Committee and their hard work. So it was exciting. We had a great time. As I stated at the last meeting, we met a lot of new people. We exchanged stories about cleaning, and an issue that came to light, and we should be more proactive, is making sure that the ramps on Route 280 get cleaned up. especially around this time before all the shrubs, build up. We'll make an effort to contact the Department of Transportation, and I know like a lot of us have already done that in the past, but it's a never-ending thing. So we have to keep that in mind. My committee didn't meet this round, but the next meeting is 2 Thursdays from this Thursday. So, thank you, Council President.
Thank you. I know that there are other members. You just mentioned Snyder Hardware, and Roger just walked in. I think I would like to continue with the business. Roger, if you'd like to.
Hello, everyone. Hope you're all enjoying this weather as much as I am. But I have to tell you, I enjoy a really big snowstorm the best.
That's coming from a hardware.
You're one of the few that does.
To keep them in stock.
I was asked to make, can you hear me? I was asked to make an announcement about a long-time West Orange tradition that's referred to as the West Orange Community Awards Dinner. I believe this is the 17th year that the Chamber of Commerce in West Orange runs this event. It's a town-wide celebration of town spirit and civic pride. And I've been very grateful to be part of it pretty much every year we've had it. Just to explain to you quickly what this is about, it's open to anyone in town. It's honoring 5 segments of the town of West Orange. We honor a policeman of the year, a fireman of the year, a teacher, a first aid squad, and a business of the year. We've had a long record of really impressive big and small business, firemen and policemen, where I've heard stories of heroism and bravery, school superintendent who picks a teacher who you hear stories that are just so heart-rending and so touching that kids come back decades later and keep touch with these teachers. You hear amazing stories about teachers, about the first aid squad. I've heard stories about first aid squad people that they don't even live in this part of New Jersey. They're still involved. People that are they're not doing their job. They're not going above and beyond. They're going to the maximum. They're doing amazing things. And somebody coined a term years ago, and I really love this term because there's so many of these people running around West Orange. They're unsung heroes, and that's who we're celebrating during this dinner. Just to give you, and I'll be very brief, just to give you a couple of quick details, I'm here to encourage all of you to be part of it. It's going to be next week on May 13th. It'll be from 5:30 to 8:30 at the Essex County Country Club, which many people know is only one of maybe 4 or 5 of the country clubs in town, but it's considered one of the oldest and one of the most prestigious in the country. Just to backtrack for a second, there's a Chamber of Commerce in many towns around the country. The one here in West Orange is probably one of the largest in Essex County, the largest county in the state. It's a very dynamic, active, and vibrant group. The purpose of the Chamber is twofold. One, to promote the members, but also to promote the town of West Orange. And I think they do a very good job of that. There's 24 board members, and what's nice, it's a very diverse group. It's doctors, lawyers, it's big, small business, all kinds of people offering products, services throughout the town. It's a very impressive group that does a very good job. If you're curious, how do we pick these people? We don't. The police chief, the fire chief, the director of the first aid squad, the superintendent of schools picks their respective honorees, and the chamber, it's open to anybody, picks the business of the year. If anybody wants to be involved with this, it's not too late. There's still tickets available, which you can go to www.westorangechamber.com, and there's a great website that Mickey Wagner, our executive director, does a fantastic job of running that website, and she'll communicate to you quickly if you're interested in information about it. There's also opportunities for advertising if you might be interested. Just to finish, I wanted to congratulate Councilwoman Spango and your son. That's it's really a great honor, and it's quite a big deal to be one of these honorees. I also wanted to say that I can't say enough about honoring Tim Groves. He was my beat cop in my business, and I got to know him pretty well. And he was quite a guy. I used to read stories about him in the town paper, trips he used to take. He went way above and beyond. He was a guy that really cared, and he was a really amazing guy in many ways. But just to finish, I wanted to strongly encourage all of you to find out about it and then decide whether you might want to be part of it, but I think you'll find it well worth it. It's something that, it's fun. I consider it to be something important to be part of, and I think that you'll find some of these stories really inspiring, touching, and it really makes you connected to West Orange. You meet a lot of people that you knew already, so you can reestablish old friendships. It also gives you a chance to create new friendships, people that you maybe have known from a distance, and it's called networking. And we appreciate your giving us the chance to promote this. The last thing before I leave, I wanted to just very quickly, and let me preface what I'm about to say. Please take this at face value. I'm not saying this to be patronizing. I'm saying it because it's an absolute 1000% truth. In 20 years I've been in West Orange working, the person that's the Business of the Year this year is in the top 12 list for me. Not the people that talk about what they do, but people that actually, not the ideas, the actual doing, the actual being involved, the actual core. There's so many groups in town, religious groups, civic groups. You know, they might have 100, 200 people, but there's the 6 people that do the work. This person, Jerry Tarnoff told me years ago, you know, if you have a job to do, it's a really important job, give it to a busy person, and I didn't understand the concept. This person is the exact example of that, because this person juggles so many balls at the same time, and the list is this long of how many things that she's been involved with, but of all the people that have been in the chamber, of all the people I've come to know, Council President McCartney is well deserving of this Business of the Year. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. I have always kept my school separate from my council work, for the most part. But the only reason I'm on the council is because of that school. And Roger, thank you for that. Thank you for everything. So I invite everyone to the Chamber event next Tuesday, May 13th at Essex County Country Club. I do serve on the Environmental Commission, so instead of giving my liaison, we have the chair here, Mike Brick, that could do it himself.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for listening to me. I only have 5 minutes, so I'll keep it brief. We started the Environmental Commission just this year. We had been the Energy Commission before this for a number of years, and a number of us felt that we should move into a formal commission with a lot more power and a lot more ability to have change. So we have joined ANGEC, which is the State Association of Environmental Commissions. And I'm saying this for people in town because we're looking for more volunteers of all types. We would like to have some activists who are interested in something specific for themselves or a cause that they feel is very important that involves the environment, and there's a huge range. And we invite you to our meetings, which are the third Thursday at 7 o'clock here in Town Hall. We're looking for non-commissioners, we're looking for project heads, we're looking for volunteers. It's a volunteer group. I only have a certain amount of time. I wish I had more, but we need people who are interested in making a change. And to give you some idea of what's going on in town, next week we have a proposal by Rutgers and Passaic Valley to potentially give us a report that'll give us an insight into stormwater runoff, which is a very important issue. When I first started, I didn't know too much about stormwater runoff. There's so many things to know about the environment that it's mind-boggling. But we have a mountainous town. We have a huge amount of runoff. We're part of the Roe River Consortium. We have both branches of the river, and it's a large issue. We hope that Rutgers can bring some insights to us, and if they do, perhaps we'll sign up for this special report. To give some idea of what's going on with our environment so that people can understand why it's so critical to be involved. Today in the New York Times, there was an article about the federal government's 4-year report. The environmental scientists have all said there's no question that we're going to have environmental change. We don't call it global warming, we call it global weirding. And in the Northeast, there's a 71%, I don't know where they got that exact figure, of a huge increase in water, rainwater, stormwater. And here in town, we have been lucky that we haven't had the flooding that downstream from us Milburn has had when they were 8 feet underwater in town. We hope it never happens, but it could happen. And to give some idea of what we're talking about, I got some information from Rutgers that I just pass along. It's very difficult to quantify when and how a flood occurs. And in this town, it's very difficult because we're on 2 mountain ridges. And we have valleys and we have runoffs and we have our underground sewer system and our stormwater drain system and we have above ground. But we've compromised it over time as the town has grown. To give you some idea so that people can understand the scope of this problem, if we have 1 inch of rain over an acre of ground, that's 27,000 gallons of rainwater. This town has 11.5 square miles of area, and there's 640 acres in a square mile. That's over 7,000 acres in our town. To give you some idea, that means that 27 million gallons will fall on every square mile. And if we have 3 inches of rainfall, which we had last week, and thank goodness we had no flooding, no meaningful flooding in town, that's 9,300,000,000 gallons of water that fall in the town. We don't know what our absorption rate is because it's almost impossible to figure out. And we don't know what our runoff rate is. But given an estimate, if 50% of the water that falls in town is absorbed into the soil, because we've compromised our waterways by having streets and sewers and underground streams have been closed up, that means 4.8 billion gallons of water runs off. Now, we have these 2 mountain ridges, so that accelerates the runoff. If we had 6 inches of rainfall, which is not an impossible figure, it can happen, and 50% runoff, that's over 9 billion gallons. It's most of the water scientists say that that's more than we can handle. And what would happen? We don't really know what would happen, but we should do everything possible to make a difference. So I ask people in town to come out and join us in our work to save the environment, to help West Orange, and I thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. You're welcome.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. A notice of this meeting was mailed to the Star Ledger and the West Orange Chronicle on November 23, 2013. A notice of this meeting was also posted on the bulletin board in the Municipal Building, West Orange, and filed in the office of the Municipal Clerk of the Township of West Orange on November 23, 2013. Councilman Cirillo?
Present.
Councilman Guarino?
Present.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Present.
Councilwoman Spango?
Present.
Council President McCartney?
Present.
Would everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The council is now in their public meeting.
We'll open our meeting with public comment. If anyone has a comment, please come to the microphone, sir. Ladies first, okay, thank you. Gentlemen.
Good evening. Claire Silvestri, 20 Grandview Avenue. I want to speak on a few things this evening. First off, I want to follow up on the comments made about the townwide cleanup day. I'm a member of the Public Relations Commission, and we were really thrilled with the turnout for our first annual West Orange Clean that occurred on Sunday, April 27th. We had more than 90 volunteers turn out, and they formed 9 clean teams that assembled behind Town Hall and then dispersed to different locations around town to pick up trash and recyclables for about 2 hours. The locations were on Main Street and some of its side streets, the Valley Business District, as well as sites on Northfield and Prospect Avenues and Pleasant Valley Way. The idea of West Orange Clean came out of a brainstorming session at a Public Relations Commission meeting last fall, and we teamed with New Jersey Clean Communities through our local project manager, Nick Salisi, of the Township Department of Public Works. Nick was a great help to us with the logistics of staging the cleanup event, providing supplies, as well as funding the cost of our Slam Dunk the Junk t-shirts and refreshments, water and pizza for our volunteers. I want to thank all of the residents who came out to help, and especially a shout out to the Girl Scout troops 20039, 20274, and my troop 20723, as well as Boy Scout troops 6 and 118, and Cub Scout packs 10 and 54. We've gotten a lot of positive feedback from our participants. I think everybody had a great time. The council members who participated seemed to think so. And we're already looking forward to next year's event. Next, I saw an article in late last week in the Star Ledger regarding PSE&G's Energy Strong rate case. According to the Ledger, it said that Public Service announced it had reached an agreement with the State Board of Public Utilities to scale back its proposed $3.9 billion 10-year infrastructure improvement plan to an agreed upon $1.2 billion over 3 years. And it went further on to say that Energy Strong is estimated to cost customers about $4 more a month on their bills by 2018, a 2% increase on existing bills. However, PSE&G officials said the increase would be more than offset by accompanying surcharges that are set to expire. And that last sentence sort of caught my eye because it made me think about the town's energy aggregation program, because I remember there was something in the literature that said residents would still see about an 8% savings in their bill, even with anticipated reduction in PSE&G's rates in June. So obviously, the reduction in rates are these expired surcharges. But then that got me to thinking about, hey, what is the status of our energy aggregation plan? I don't recall ever hearing about how many households are actually participating. I read on the township website that based on experience in other states, it was expected that fewer than 5% of households would opt out. Is that what actually happened? And with this Energy Strong rate case settlement, it sounds as if those participating in the town's program would likely see greater savings over the course of the 21-month contract. So I'd ask if someone from the administration could please give us an update on how the program is doing and what percentage of residents are participating. And finally, the 2014 town budget is up for approval tonight. And despite what I heard from some council members at the last meeting, my reading of the budget indicates there's been an increase in spending as well as an increase in the amount of municipal property taxes I'll have to pay this year. And back in December, a majority of the council was very quick to move the municipal elections from what would have been next Tuesday, May 13th, back 6 months to November. And they were also quite dismissive of a petition signed by 175 residents who asked the council to put the question to a referendum. At that time, the council majority's rationale was that every opportunity to cut spending should be seized upon to provide residents with property tax relief. Yet it appears the council has increased spending this year by about $85,000. So I would appreciate it if those who voted to move the elections to save money could please explain to the taxpayers what expenditures are now more important to you than holding an election and allowing constituents to have a say in when they vote for you and the mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. On our agenda, we will have a public hearing on our budget, so we can talk about that when it comes up on our agenda. Yes, sir, and thank you for being a gentleman waiting. Please, name and address.
My name is George Stafford. I live in Wharton, New Jersey, but I'm the outreach director for the New Jersey Highlands Coalition.
Yes.
And I appeared here.
You've been here before, yes?
Yes, I was here over a year ago. We asked you to consider a resolution of support for the 2004 New Jersey Highlands Water Protection and Planning Act, and I'm back to ask you to do it again. If sometimes these things fall through the cracks. I know you guys have a few other things on your mind besides the New Jersey 2004 Act, but the Act is 10 years old. It's up for renewal. The new master plan is out. The Highlands Council is under a tremendous amount of pressure to allow development in the Highlands. We were talking about the amount of runoff that you get in your community. Imagine the 88 towns in the Highlands and the amount of runoff that comes there. The saying is that there are two problems with water in New Jersey. We have too little, we have too much, and it's too dirty. So one of the problems we have, Wanacue Reservoir, which gives a lot of water to this area, to a number of towns in this area, was absolutely chock-a-block full when we had our big rainstorm last week. Now, they've got the question between flood management and having enough water for the summer. So they have to handle things like this. Every time you pave over or roof over an acre in the Highlands, that creates, with a normal year of rainfall, and we're a little bit ahead of the curve this year, 4 million gallons of runoff per acre per year. Now, we're throwing an awful lot of big gallon numbers at you today, I guess, but that's a real question. And the solution is a regional solution, and that's what the Highlands Act is about. One of the major problems they have in California, the Central Valley, is that they don't have a regional panel. They have 150 different small water companies and regional plans that handle this. The Highlands Act is in danger of being dismantled by the new master plan and by DEP's new attitude. We have gone around, we have almost 50 communities, regional boards, environmental commissions, and freeholder boards who have signed on to support this. We want to present this to the Highlands Council to say there's two sides to this story. The people who have property rights in the Highlands, and indeed they do, and the 62% of the people in the state of New Jersey who get their water from Highland sources. Some or all of their water from Highland sources. Your community gets up to 50% of its water from Highland sources. It comes through the Jersey City system, through a number of the water companies. So we're asking you, and I asked you last year, I'm urging you this year to consider our resolution. I have copies of the resolution here, and it has my contact information on it if you need any further backup. There's another question that's had a lot of people concerned about what happens in the Highlands, and that's real estate values and property values in the Highlands and what's happened because of the passage of the Act. There has been a fall in real estate values in the Highlands over the course since 2008, just like there has been here and every place else in New Jersey and the United States, perhaps in the Western world. But immediately after the Act, and I'm a former tax commissioner in Morris County, and I studied the abstract of ratables for all 88 towns. That was a real chore, let me tell you. The fact of the matter is, after the Act was passed in 2004, real estate prices skyrocketed in the Highlands, just like they did everywhere else. 2008, we had a peak, it fell, and now values are coming back. The effect of the Act itself and the regulations itself is nominal, completely minimal. And there are ways for people who are in certain positions, farmers, et cetera, that want to do things with their land in the preservation area, for them to be compensated, but the money's not there. You know what the state budget's like. Everybody else knows what the state budget's like. So I would again ask, and I'll leave copies with you. We have my real estate study here. We have a resolution from Powhatan Township asking the state legislature to require a tax be paid from communities like yours that get water from the Highlands to offset the so-called property losses and ratables losses in the Highlands. I'm sure that's something that you might want to consider when you're considering our resolution. But I thank you for your time, and I hope you'll consider this. And I left my card with the chairman of your environmental commission.
Yes, thank you. I saw that.
We can
Good.
get in contact with him.
Okay.
So I will leave this with.
I think we have a question right here from our councilwoman.
Is this, I believe, this is the bill or the act that our former Mayor John McKean and Assemblyman McKean sponsored?
He was instrumental.
He was very instrumental in this, correct?
But it was a bipartisan effort, and almost all the communities, almost all the legislators outside of the Highlands, Senator Robert Littell at the time voted for it and was one of the sponsors for it. So it was passed by large majority, bipartisan, in the House, in the New Jersey State Legislature in 2004. Things are a little bit different in 2014 than they were in 2004. But the act and the regional plan and the necessity for us to do the most with our water resources still exists. So I'll leave these with the
Okay,
clerk.
we'll pass it out. Thank you, sir.
All right.
Thanks
Thanks
for
for your
giving us a second chance. Okay.
I sent you the Word file earlier today. So
Oh, that would be good to forward. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thanks again.
Thank you, Mr. Stafford. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
I remember doing it. It's right where
Earl Turner, Mount Pleasant Avenue. I just want to start off with where I left off the last time, since the 5 minutes is 5 minutes. I wanted to ask a couple of questions. How many buses are in our fleet that's going to serve the jitney?
Oh, the jitney.
Okay. What is the daily ridership and by routes, AM and PM? What is the possibility of some cost recovery, since not everyone has access to the jitney? Are there grants or subsidy associated with this purchase? Does anyone know? Okay.
Sir, Mr.
And,
Chairman, just repeat that last question. I'm sorry.
Are there any grants or subsidy associated with the purchase? And my last piece that I had on here was, whatever happened to the ladder truck that we were going to purchase that we needed 4 years ago? And for one, I was one against that ladder truck then, and I think it's 4 years, it's about time. By a miracle, I happened to see it in this budget for $800,000. So I wonder how we went from 1.2 million to $800,000. Are we buying something or getting something of a lesser value by a miracle? Are we shortchanging the guys? No, I was one against the fire truck. I'm never going to say I wasn't. I was, because we couldn't justify 1.2 million. And all of a sudden, now it's now $800,000. I think we should ask a question. Are these guys just putting in a number just to get a fire truck? And are we giving them the right fire truck that they need? If that's what they need, that's what they need. It's time. So it's 4 years. That leads me back to Llewellyn Park. And if I remember, and I don't want to throw John Schmidt under the bus, but I think that was the guy who was in here with another guy talking about Llewellyn Park, and that they were going to fund that road because I complained that I couldn't walk through Llewellyn Park. Therefore, I don't think my tax dollars should be thrown into Llewellyn Park also. Now I see Llewellyn Park is back again, and we are funding it. So I think we need a little bit more explanation. It seems like things just recycle in a 4 year, maybe you bury it under the carpet, and it will never resurface. Well, it's resurfacing. And then one other little item, I walked away, felt like I lied, but these are the pictures from what's up the hill. So, you know, pictures worth 1,000 words. I said I would produce them. Here they are. Okay, and that's not snow. Those are the mountains that are up here. And I understand when I walked away from the podium, everyone says the lady that lives there is singing kudos about the place. Maybe she sees something that I don't see, but when I pass, I see what I see. There's guys from DPW working up there. They are working. I'm never going to say DPW hasn't been up there working, but I've seen other things too. So unless you guys got a camera up there and see something different. Okay, so that brings me to that piece. We got a bunch of stuff from the emergency room in the budget that you guys want to build, emergency center in the budget. I think it should go to the Department of Homeland Security. If this town wants to build its own emergency center, I would go there for money. If I see the county riding around with armored trucks that look like we're still fighting in Afghanistan or someplace, DHS must have money that can fund this place. And so before we start throwing more budget money, I think we should go out and ask. If you want to build an emergency center, if every town builds its own emergency center, that's money just being thrown away. And every town should have their own emergency center. Or should the county have one? I mean, these are fundamental questions that when you get a budget and you're presiding over a budget, these are questions that should be asked and flushed out. So, you know, those items, I think I want to revisit them when we get to the budget line item.
Okay.
But I want to at least plant the seed, so at least you guys know exactly where I'm coming from. And then last but not least, I think the response to some of my questions, one person in particular was very condescending. I do not need a condescending answer. Okay, I'm just pointing out or asking questions. All I need is just a response. And I think I owe it to the council to come here and look at things that I see in the budget and question it. That's my money too.
Fair enough.
So, okay.
Thank you. Any other comments? Yes?
Hello, Melissa Evans, North Coing Place. I'm here again to talk about my petition about removing or finding alternative locations to voting instead of in the public schools. I know Susan and Karen have been working on it, and I would just like to follow up and see exactly where we're at. I know that the alternative locations have not been completed for the voting in June, and it will take place in the schools again in June. So I was wondering if police would be stationed outside the schools like they were for the November elections, especially since we moved the May elections to November with the savings. Is there any way that the city could cover that versus having to have the Board of Education do it again like they did last time? I'm also wondering if, since I know there's like a April deadline, since we weren't able to find the locations and get approval, are we able to still have the opportunity to move them out of schools in November, or do we have to wait till April to do it? That's another question I had. It just seems like it's slow going, and I want to make sure this issue is not forgotten about and that we're going to keep fighting it until it is approved, especially considering we're talking about our kids. And, you know, a lot of the schools already don't have enough parking. Gregory doesn't even have enough parking for their own staffs. They park themselves in, and they have to write down who you parked in if you have to call me in case you have to move. And in regards to my petition, as of now, we have over 255 signatures, and I brought a copy, and also the comments that are posted on the website. I'm not sure if I have enough copies, but for you guys to look over. And those are the questions that I had. I just want to find out where we're at with that.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other comments? Yes? Richard?
I'm just talking to myself, sorry.
Okay.
I'll have to look at them later.
Rosary Morelli, Ralph Road. Starters, I have kudos for 2 township employees, Ms. Glicker, for publishing the information regarding the soliciting ordinance in the town. It's an important issue, and everybody reads that. The seniors all read it, and they were happy to see it. And for Mr. Lepore, his quick response to some sewer issues that we had up on Ralph Road. I can't do it. Anyhow, I also have some questions and comments for the council. Can Mr. Cirillo quote any case law, or did he get legal counsel regarding McMenamin's review of the citizen's letter concerning donations? It's my opinion, his comment, that the letter may have had legal questions or concerns has no validity. Perhaps it's his way of admitting that he, in fact, is the person who gave the letter to the law firm. Mr. Guarino, when can the citizens expect the audit findings and your report? Now, the public's been drowned in comments by several council persons and the administration that the township makes hundreds of thousands of dollars on the delinquent interest paid, on delinquent taxes from PRISM. Has any of you calculated how much money we've lost since, because of eminent domain, businesses were removed from the battery factory and in that complex, and the tax rate or the tax payments have gone down? When you're getting money from interest, you lost a lot of money, and businesses probably went out of business because of that issue. On the restructure, now you all approved it, yet you never saw a proposed organizational structure, the job descriptions of the proposed employees, or their salary scales. Did you ever get any proposed numbers regarding the efficiency and cost savings that would be realized? Would any of you invest your money in a business that won't give you the facts and specifics? That's what's happening here. We're going to do this, vote on it, it's okay. Just vote on it, vote yes. But we're not going to tell you what it's all about. We can't, because allegedly there's going to be a new mayor, and he might like, or she, whatever you've put together. The taxpayers need to know. This is a pig in a poke that we can't get a presentation and an explanation of what this structure will look like and what it's going to do. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Hi, good evening. Mark Meyerowitz. I'm at 19 Howell Drive. And I just want to give out to everybody photocopies. Exhibit A. Hope I have enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you. I wanted to talk about these bond issues, these $7.5 million of bonds that you are preparing to approve. And I looked over this 10-page sheet of items that you wanted to fund through selling debt. And there are some very impressive numbers in here, very large numbers. So what I did was, the first thing I did was, well, let me see, has the council done their due diligence in that, have you looked this over? Has everything on this list been correctly priced? And are these things really needed? So, you know, that I can't answer. I can't answer if these things are really needed. But what I did do is I took a sample of something simple. On the very first page, a price of 250 traffic cones. It's on page 3, it's the third item, where the town wants to fund for 250 28-inch traffic cones, $9,625. So I said, well, that sounds like gold-plated traffic cones to me. So I went online, very simply, in a few minutes, I typed in, I Googled traffic cones, and I came up with a price from a large company of, for the 250 traffic cones, 28 inches high with dual reflecting tape, a price of $4,437, which is less than half of what the township is asking for traffic cones. Your price is 217% of my price. And that's delivered, by the way, you know, $4,400. So, all right, that's one item. But does that item represent the way this has been done, this whole bond issue has been done? Because there are some very big numbers on here, and I don't know if the public is aware of what you're asking for. I don't know if this council is aware of what you're asking for. Well, first off, on page 2 of this, $10,000 to replace these chairs. These chairs look pretty nice. I don't think this council should get $10,000 to replace these chairs. And $10,000 for new laminate, to repair the laminate up here. Well, you know what? If you don't like the tape on the laminate, you can go to Home Depot and you can buy some thing to take the glue off, but the laminate looks fine. I mean, $10,000 to you guys maybe isn't a lot of money, but we're in a time now where every penny counts for the citizens of West Orange. New roof on the police building, $250,000. I mean, that's a fairly new building. How old is the police building? 10 years, 15 years, even 20 years? $200,000 for indoor facilities upgrades. Here at page 3, $35,000 computer replacement. $10,000 repair and resurface health department office counter. $30,000 for PC upgrades. On page 4, $50,000 for time management software. $70,000 for scanners, which is not police scanners, but equipment and software to scan and make documents available electronically. $70,000 for that. Right under that is $150,000 hardware and software requirements for the management and expansion of e-government needs. Can anyone tell me what e-government is? I don't know what it is, and I hope you know what it is. You know, and it's like, how much on computers are we spending here? How many times are we paying for the same thing? Okay, $1,000 for a microphone system here. Okay, that makes sense, because this microphone is, you don't hear too well. But what I'm concerned about, I'm not saying that all of these things aren't necessary. You know, I know things could be necessary. Here, desktop computers, $3,500. Laptop Toughbook computers, $3,500. Replacement of thermal imaging cameras, $15,000. $10,000 for PC upgrades. On the same page, another $20,000 for PC upgrades. Your clock is broken. Put in for a new clock. When I'm finished.
Excuse me?
I just want to finish. I'm almost finished.
Mark, your time
You're
is
right.
up.
I apologize. I apologize.
Which means your time is still up.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is that you have to go over these things and price them. Make sure they're needed. Make sure that the price is good. Because if I found something right off the bat that was half the price, then certainly you can find savings in here. And that is the duty of the council, to work for the citizens and the taxpayers of West Orange. Thank you very much.
Any other comments?
Hi, Anthony Puglisi, representing County Executive Joe DiVincenzo. Just want to provide you with some information about some upcoming events. May 15th is the Essex County Job Fair at Essex County College. May 17th is the Computer and Electronics Recycling Day. That's at 125 Fairview Avenue in Cedar Grove. That's the old hospital center site. And May 31st, I brought some postcards and left some out on the table, is our annual open house at Turtleback Zoo. We'll have a plethora of information about county services and programs. Admission to the zoo is free, and it's just an opportunity to learn about the county and what we do. And then also yesterday, it was a rather breezy day, but we opened the 1.7-mile walking path around the Orange Reservoir. This was a partnership between the county and the city of Orange, which owns that property. Before, you couldn't walk around the entire waterway, and with this project, 2 bridges were constructed, and it's now 1.7 miles. If you enter from the paddleboat area, you can walk across the dam, you can walk to Turtleback Zoo, and even before we had the official ceremony, there were people pushing baby strollers and walkers and runners, so it was a really great sight to see. As with all park facilities, it's open from dawn to dusk, and we invite everyone to come out and take a walk.
Thank you, Anthony.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
I was
It is.
there yesterday and
Yeah.
today. I love it.
It's great.
It is.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Seeing none, we'll close this portion of the public comment. And ask my colleagues to respond. Quite a few questions. We'll start with Claire. Claire, thank you for, I saw the same thing in the Star Ledger on the Energy is Strong. BPU's recommendation, or their final approval. And though I don't know the answer to the energy aggregation, but that will be a question that will pose to the administration to find out the status and also the number of residents that we can do that. Okay? You know, just today, just to Mr. Turner's point about the buses in our fleet, our conversation that we had at our last council meeting, we talked about the jitney service in the morning and the evening. We talked about numbers. I believe that numbers were put together. I have not had a chance to look at it. I just received it today. So that information is available. And John, if you could answer any of those questions.
Yeah, I can address some of the number of the questions.
Please.
Number of buses that we currently have we have 8. Currently, the ridership is up to 225 in the morning, slightly lower in the evening, which I think is normal. People sometimes in the evening find different ways to get home. We have run through the gamut.
John, please use the microphone. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. We have run the gamut of grants for our jitney buses that were available from New Jersey Transit. We've looked in other places as well. As of now, there are no other grants available that we've been able to establish. The ladder truck is in the capital budget for this year, and to the extent that I think I'll commend the chief for doing a great job. I think we worked well together to try to bring in a ladder truck that meets the needs of our fire department and the township at a price, quite frankly, much more reasonable than has been able to have been obtained in the past, not just in this municipality but in others. So, you know, and that world has changed in the last 5 years.
Why is that?
They've gotten better in terms of there's more competition. They're sharpening their pencils, so they're able to. And quite frankly, I mean, you know, in terms of looking at the taxpayers' dollars, you know, we have had discussions about, and then I know the chief has had discussions even with the firefighters, things that are nice to have versus things you absolutely have to have. So I think this number, quite frankly, you know, there were some of us who were trying to think about possibly a lower number and got convinced that this was the right number. So I think the administration's recommendation is very, very strong on this. We feel comfortable that this is the right vehicle for the fire department and for West Orange. We can take, in terms of the questions about Llewellyn Park, the project. I mean, I think it's important to note, which wasn't noted, is that the residents of Llewellyn Park are paying approximately $4.2 million of this total improvement, as opposed to $550,000 for the township to put in.
John, you have to use the microphone.
I'm sorry.
Just repeat what you just said about the bond, about Llewellyn Park paying their...
The Llewellyn Park bond in total for this project is the residents of Llewellyn Park are paying $4.2 million. I'm sorry, $4.2 million, and the township is putting in $550,000 into this project. So I think it's a significant investment that's being made by the residents of Llewellyn Park in this. And in terms of the EOC, the question about whether every town needs one, the fact of the matter is we do have to have one. That's a, you know, we have to have a local emergency operations center that we report to with the county, because quite frankly, we're responsible to take care of ourselves. The way the emergency management structure is set up in this state, and quite frankly, in the country, every town is responsible. Now, what you make of your emergency operations center is different in every town, and decisions to be made as to what the challenges are in each individual town. But every town is required to have one.
And it sounds like a mandate from Homeland Security. Is there, and are there, or Office of Emergency Management, are there grants available? Have we received any grants from?
We have
Homeland
received grants
Security?
from time to time from emergency management, and we received one last year as well, but they're relatively small.
Right.
Nothing, and certainly not. At this point in time, we've not seen grants where we go build an emergency operations center. We're not building one.
Right.
You know, we're equipping one, and we're to make sure that we're able to respond and put the people together to respond when we need to. So.
Council President, just to follow up on
Yes,
that,
sir.
the reason that money's in the budget is because we do not own the equipment or the furniture. We own that building, but there's things that are inside that building that the township does not own, that the First Aid Squad owns, and we have to prepare to refurbish that building if, in fact, depending upon what happens with our bids for EMS services. So that's why it's in the budget.
Thank you. Melissa Evans. Melissa has been part of this project, the initiative to take the voting out of the schools. We have numerous emails and conversations with the Board of Elections clerk, County Board of Elections clerk. We do have alternate sites. We have created a map looking at alternate sites. It has to be with certain feet away from the current approved site. Even though the election was moved till November, there is still a primary election, and everything had to be done by April 1st. Our work didn't happen by then. That's not to say we're not going to continue doing that. We need to get letters to, you know, as we've had this conversation that we need to get letters to the proposed sites to find out first if they are even amenable to doing this. The question about the police presence, that happened last year during the elections. You know, I don't know how that came about. That didn't come through the council. Can you address that?
I'm not sure exactly how that came about, but we will look into whatever we need to do to make sure that everything's secure at those voting polls.
Right. And we'll just keep the conversation going. No. No. Not really. No. It's just okay. We can continue this conversation. Okay. Okay. I don't know where to go from here. Rosaries, Mrs. Morelli's comments about the businesses being relocated, that they were relocated at that time. That was all part of that original plan. By law, they were relocated. You know, it's still an unimproved property. And we talk about not paying taxes, but they have paid taxes. They are delinquent each quarter, but they are not delinquent years. For years, they're delinquent each quarter. We do have, are you just moving on from some of your other questions? When the ordinance was introduced about changing administrative, our table of organization, our ordinance spells out the director of staff operations and the job responsibilities that went along with that. So it's not that we're doing that blindly. It was already spelled out in the ordinance. During our budget presentation, the overview was presented to us. So again, we're not moving blindly with this new table. And the immediate savings I see is that there are 2 directors not being replaced in the department. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Can I go first?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Silvestri, you asked a question at the end of your comment about each council person, what expenditures you think that we personally think are very important. Well, from my point of view, the most important expenditures that I believe are important in any budget and municipal government are the ones that bring our residents public safety and quality of life. Anything that we can do within reason, which gives our residents the ability to enjoy the community, to live safely, to feel safe in their homes, to have a well-manned and equipped fire department and police department, those are the expenditures I find are the most important things. Expenditures for recreation. We're known for our recreation. People all over the area comment how well West Orange's recreation facilities. They come to the high school, they think they're at some university, and our kids benefit from them. Those are the expenditures I feel are very important. I compliment you on the cleanup on downtown. I must say that, and thank you very much for that. But getting back to expenditures, those are the expenditures I find are important. Mr. Turner, you asked about the buses, then the shuttle buses. These are quality of life expenditures. You ask, and let's everybody realize they're not only used for the shuttle for the commuters, they're also used for our seniors. And our seniors were riding around in buses that were not safe. They're now riding around in buses that are safe. So they're used 24/7 for not only the shuttle, but also for our seniors who deserve it. You talk about the ladder truck and how it went from 1.2 million to 8. We're very fortunate to have both the police chief and a fire chief who really do their homework. And my compliments to Chief Smeraldo of the West Orange Fire Department for doing the research. You talk about Homeland Security. Chief Smeraldo went out and got a grant so the township was able to have 10 additional firefighters that didn't cost the residents of West Orange any additional funds. You have to look at the people that work for the township. You ask these questions, but ask how are these people making decisions? These people are professional. They're professionals. This is what they do for a livelihood. They do the research. They do this work day in and day out. They talk to their personnel. So these are where these decisions are made, and I compliment our director, especially our chief of police and our fire chief. Ms. Evans left. Mr. Meyerowitz, Uline. I got to tell you, Uline, this is the company we use at our company, all right? And you know what these cones are for? And I guarantee you, these are cones we use in the store when we have a wet floor when we're mopping the floors. They're not at the DOT standards, and this doesn't say DOT standards. It just says what it is, reflective. These are the exact same cones we use in our department stores to tell people, watch out, the floor is wet. You talk about when we look at different things in computers, okay, and upgrades. We need to. The systems have to be maintained. How you deliver the services and the proper services and protect our residents without having the top-of-the-line equipment and state-of-the-art equipment that is up to code, that's up to give the system and the services that we need to do. Okay? So when you think about these things, you have to think about the people who are requesting these things and what level these products have to be. It's nice to go online, but online you're not going to find everything, and this is not the same specs that these cones are. I commend you on your work, but it's not the same thing. I'm glad Mr. Stratford was here about the high lens because it's something that affects all of us. And about the loss of businesses at the prison development, it's sorry that there were good businesses down there that got relocated, and maybe decisions could have been made at a time that they still be down there until the project was ready to move forward. So, I mean, that was a bad, mistake on their part, maybe. I'm saying. When we get, like I said, when we get back to the shuttle, people talk about the shuttle and what we can do. But let's deviate to Llewellyn Park for a second and what we're doing there. They're also taxpayers, too. I don't know where people come up and think that just because they live in Llewellyn Park, they pay municipal taxes, and they also pay an association fee, okay? If those streets, from what I found out from our engineers, if those streets were to cave in, and those pipes and those sanitary sewers were to cave in, it's going to affect the whole town. It would go down into Main Street. So it would cost the town additional money to clean up and to take care of the situation. These are hazardous situations. So we're not doing anything out of the extraordinary. We're helping them, but they're paying a majority of it. And I'm saying is, they're taxpayers too. They're not Llewellyn Park only. They're not the township of Llewellyn Park. They are part of the township of West Orange. But getting back to the shuttle buses, it's a quality of life service that we offer our residents. Our residents say they pay high taxes, and they do. But then this is what we can give back to our residents. This is what we can offer them without costing them any additional money. It's something it's called quality of life. When I talk to people in my neighborhood, when I talk to people on the shuttle, the first thing they say to me is saying, you know what, this is the reason why I moved to West Orange. It's a benefit. It helps them. Can it be better? Yeah, and I'm sure the township will work on it and expanding it and reaching out to more communities and making it better. And that's what we look for. That's how your council members, we have to look at things for quality of life. These are hard decisions, but you have to stand back. You have to take your personal feelings out of it and think as an entire community. We are one family. We are not individuals only. We are a community, and we have to look out for each and every one of us. And that's the thing that really bothers me when people come and they say, oh, this is Llewellyn Park, or I don't use the shuttle. Well, you know, it's just like saying, I don't have kids in the school system anymore, and I shouldn't pay the school tax. But you know what? Somebody paid for my children to get an education. Now it's my responsibility to pay for other children to get their education. And I saw Ms. Evans came back out, and we'll do whatever we can. I know Council President McCartney has been working very hard with you, and I know we'll get something resolved. And I thank you for your efforts and your interest in the community and the school children of the Township of West Orange. And so that's all I have to say, Council President, and thank you.
Thank you. Councilman? We'll go left to right instead of right to left.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you to everybody who came up and spoke. I am looking forward to hearing from Ms. Silvestri's suggestion that we get an update on the status of the energy aggregation program. I thank Mr. Stafford for coming to speak, and I will review his materials after the meeting. Mr. Turner, you're getting some of the answers that you were looking for. The council late today got some information from the administration that I had requested, I guess, a council meeting or two ago. I haven't had a chance to look at it, but we should have this on a discussion agenda at a future meeting. Some of your other questions will probably be more efficiently addressed when we get to the budget and when we get to the capital projects ordinance. Ms. Evans, thank you for coming again and keeping us up to date and asking good questions. Ms. Morelli, again, thank you for coming up and raising old and new issues. Just to clarify, I just checked online with the tax payment information that the town uses, and PRISM is now 2 quarters behind, over $500,000 delinquent in taxes. That's as of today, even given that the taxes were due May 1st. Mr. Marowitz, again, your issues are well noted. It might be better perhaps for you to come back up when we have the public hearing on the bond ordinance to perhaps clarify and follow up and ask additional questions. That's all right now.
Thank you.
Oh, if I could, I'm not finished, because I have a list of questions here that have been asked. Ms. Morelli asked one to the administration. This is, I think, perhaps the 3rd council meeting she's asked about the issue of why was a redevelopment attorney, a town redevelopment attorney, reviewing a donation letter that the petitioners let me see if I can read my notes. The administration consulted redevelopment attorneys on about the fundraising letter from the petitioners. They were petitioning, just for background, they were petitioning for a referendum on the $6.3 million taxpayer-backed funding for redevelopment. She's been asking this question for multiple meetings. I'd love to get an answer for the administration on what was going on there. I'm assuming the administration asked them to look at the letter. Why did they look at the letter? What was the outcome of that? If you don't want to answer it, just say no, so I can quit bringing it up and perhaps...
Councilman, I'm just going to say one thing. We are still in litigation over this process, and we're not going to discuss anything until that litigation is settled. We've said that 5 times already. I'll say it again. We're not going to discuss anything with regard to this until that litigation is settled. And the people who are asking those questions are part of that litigation. We're not going to answer that question. I'll say it again.
Well, you don't have to keep saying it again. I'm just thinking this is a totally separate issue. It's a fundraising letter. What in the world are our redevelopment attorneys doing looking at it? But if you're not going to answer it, hopefully I won't answer it. I won't ask it anymore, and perhaps Mr. Morelli won't either. I do want to ask, though, about an issue she raised multiple meetings ago that I've been asking about, is that the administration consulted the redevelopment attorneys on questions that I had asked about prison in the downtown redevelopment project. Now, I don't think that's a subject of litigation, but I'd really like to know why the attorneys were being asked about my questions when I wasn't being consulted and certainly weren't getting the answers to that.
I'm not sure what questions you're talking about, but Councilman, you were on conference calls with us, with our attorneys about redevelopment, many times that I remember. And I'm not sure exactly what questions you're talking about, but if you want to discuss that with me, we can discuss that and I can find the answers out to those questions. But I'm not so sure exactly what you're talking about.
Ms. Morelli had obtained through the Oprah a bunch of the bills, the legal bills from the redevelopment attorneys, and brought this up. And I can go into detail about this, but these questions that were noted on the legal bills were after I was no longer being invited to any sort of discussions about redevelopment. You were mentioning the task force that was looking at this before the redevelopment agreement was approved 2 years ago. This apparently is subsequent, late that year of the year that they were approved.
I'll take a look at it.
Okay. You had mentioned a few meetings ago that when there were some complaints about the status of the cleanliness and the potential dangers at the PRISM site a few meetings ago, and I thought you had said that there were town inspectors down there looking at it or helping it. I just wanted to follow up on that. What was the outcome of that?
Yeah, they had some people down there cleaning up different areas. They still need to do some more cleanup, and we're on top of that.
So it's not anything where they would be issued violations for the way that...
If it's not taken care of, they will be issued violations.
Okay, but you don't know...
So far, they're working toward cleaning it up.
Okay.
As you heard from Mrs. Taylor at the last meeting.
So the town is helping to clean it up?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
We are enforcing our property maintenance regulations.
Okay. And also, this is follow-up from a question by a resident who's not here, going back a few council meetings about, and this is something I had asked you about also a long time ago. What's the town policy on police smoking in police cars when they're transporting prisoners? The resident had come up and said he was being transported. The police officer was smoking. He didn't like it, and he wondered what the policy was.
Policy is they're not supposed to smoke in the vehicle. In that case is, as I told you before, being investigated by Internal Affairs, and I cannot discuss the outcome of that case. But the policy, I've answered this question. The policy is you don't smoke in the vehicles.
Okay.
I answered it the first night that gentleman came to the podium. You're not allowed to smoke in the vehicles.
Okay. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilman Sorrell?
Yes, thank you, Council President. I'll reserve some of the comments about the budget for the hearing later on, because I know there were a lot of items. I will talk about, capital budget, the whole idea of capital budget. We haven't had a capital budget in quite a while. What's the time frame?
3 years.
When was the last time?
3 years. Well,
3 years.
3 years ago?
2011.
You know, and any organization, like a big organization, absolutely needs a capital budget, a plan, a layout. And what needs to be addressed as it relates to like the physical structure, building structure, roofs, and also equipment, any items that require or will have a life expectancy of more than 5 years. Should be in their capital budget. So I think it's responsible that we go back and that we are going back, putting together a capital budget so that I just think it's good management practice. And I always question as to why we didn't have a capital budget and why we hadn't performed a physical needs assessment. And I'm happily supportive of this ordinance. Now, the prices and the amounts of money that one of our residents spoke about. My understanding is that those numbers are arrived via an independent cost estimate. An independent cost estimate is done, an average and that money's plugged in. Now, it doesn't mean that that much money is going to be spent on that particular capital item. There might be money left over. Who knows what the market will be? And I don't know also if after the independent cost estimate has arrived to, if there is a little cushion that's built in the sense that prices go up and perhaps down the road, you know, something that's worth $800 now, a projector, might be worth $1,000. So there's a little bit of science that goes into it. But again, the gentleman started reading off some of the capital items. It doesn't mean that money is going to be spent. It just means that budgetary item will be entered at that amount. But later on, you know, once the actual purchase will be taking place, that number may differ. Now, what do we do with the excess approval? Because this is only an approval. We're just approving a budget, a capital budget.
No. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, Councilman, you're exactly right. These are estimates of what the costs are. That they're not. We don't go through a procurement process in order to come up with these pricing because, number one, the pricing would, by the time we go through the procurement, the approval process, there would be no guarantee that the pricing procurement would still be in effect. So we do estimates. Sometimes those estimates are high, sometimes those estimates are low, but all in all, that we generally usually have sufficient funds to do projects. So to the extent that there is some additional funds in some lines. For instance, what we've done in the past, where we've decided not to spend things, we've reallocated that to other projects.
Right.
So, you know.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. I just want to make sure that we share that and perhaps.
And there is some
re-educate.
flexibility within certain lines. If certain things, like, you know, similar things, one thing may come on a little high, other comes in a little low, then it averages out to the right amount. So we have some flexibility in there. But the key here is that nothing is purchased based on the numbers that you see before you.
Right.
Everything is purchased based on a procurement process, whether it be through quotes or through some type of formal proposal or state contract or by bids. And you know, and a number of those things will come back before the council.
Right,
so
right.
to the extent that, you know, the large items that we're looking at in here, the council's going to see that and going to be asking the tough questions about, you know, letting out a contract for those large numbers. And then we expect that.
And also for the public's understanding, there are items in that budget that may not be purchased. Okay, right. It's a plan. We're approving a capital plan for the next few years. But it doesn't mean that that's going to be purchased. Perhaps we might reconsider. We talked about chairs, we talked about a projector, and computers. The computers are necessary because those are HIPAA issues that need to be addressed. So it is a regulatory compliance matter. So I guess the point that I'm making is that there's a lot of issues and there's a lot of science that goes into formulating that capital plan, but it doesn't mean that, you know, it's going to be what you're looking at. So we can't jump the gun and just assume and say, hey, we're spending X amount of money for this or Y amount of money for that. Those decisions are going to be made later. This is only a plan. So that's the issue on the capital budget, and we're going to talk a little bit more about that because the ordinance is going to be before us. Now, petition to keep the elections out of the school. Ms. Evans spoke about that. I want to say that perhaps we can coordinate a conversation with our clerk who can help you out a little bit more about understanding that process. Perhaps getting her in touch.
You've done.
Right, you're the perfect resource for the questions that Ms. Evans has, and I want to commend you for that. You know, it's an issue of safety, and also, hey, you know what? We're missing a day of school. You know, perhaps the children should be at school that day. So thank you for your continuous advocacy on that issue. Another resident spoke about spending, how there's an increase in spending, and I guess we can talk. I said that we're going to talk about the budgetary issues later, but from the paperwork in the proposed budget that I've seen is the same amount of spending from last year. That has been proposed, and as it relates to the tax levy, is the same tax levy that was in there last year that's being proposed and considered tonight this year. I've gotten into conversations with residents about tax rates and reapportionment and all those issues, which can become a little bit confusing, but as it relates to those divisors, the reapportionment, those are issues that are not out of our, they're not in the council's control. We can only control the tax levy, what the tax How much we're going to be raising in taxes. When the township gets the assessment, the entire assessment reapportioned throughout the municipality, some people's property values might go up, some people's property values might come down, some people's property values may remain the same, but that's not under the council's control. So I know it's a little bit complicated at times, but if anybody wishes to talk a little bit more about it, you're welcome to email me, and I can explain a little bit more. That's all for now, Council President. Ms. Morelli talked about a letter. No, Ms. Morelli, I didn't focus on that correspondence. And thank you for your opinion. That's your opinion. And I expressed my opinion at the last council meeting. Thank you, Council President.
Thanks for the explanation. Councilman Smigiel.
Thank you, Council President. Not much more to say. I think most of it's been said. Before I answer some of the public comment, I would like to just ask the administration if you could give me an update on the property of 577 Mount Pleasant Avenue as far as the cleanup, the garbage, and I understand there was some problems with some water with ponding there. What's going on now?
Correct. Mr. Laporte's here. He can probably talk about this a little later, a lot better than I can. But we've been up there, and we're doing what we need to do. Obviously, it's a slow process, but we are cleaning up what's up there. And I got an email this afternoon from, actually not this afternoon, on Friday from Mr. Solis, and they're talking maybe about another 2-week span before everything gets cleaned up.
Is there talk about replanting anything, or you're not that
This
far?
is just for the cleanup.
Just for cleanup.
Replanting, right, just to get everything cleaned up, leveled off, and
Would that come through open space like it did last time, or will it come through the township for
no,
planting?
we're doing the cleanup ourselves.
I know, but if
You're talking about
there's
plantings
planting.
and stuff, yeah, well, we would probably look to the Open Space Committee to
Open
help
space.
us do what we need to do.
Okay. Thank you. What haven't my colleagues said? Claire, I will reiterate what Councilman Guarino said. As far as the important expenditures, in my opinion, are exactly what Councilman Guarino said: public safety and maintaining both services and quality of life. They are my priorities. Mr. Turner, I believe that the information, as you've been told, will be available for all your questions about the jitney. But like I said at our last meeting, and I will still stand my ground, I do think that it's an amenity that we offer to our residents. They do pay high taxes in West Orange, and this is one of the things, and it is a real estate draw to have people move into the town. I would just like, I understand it, but maybe if Jack, you could just explain the Llewellyn Park issue. We are not funding, other than that $550-something thousand that you asked for. Can you just explain how, maybe Mr. Gross, that we borrowed the money because of the interest rate and they are paying it back, the property owners, through an assessment? So I don't want anybody to think that the taxpayers are funding that, because we're not.
We're funding part of it.
The
550.
what you asked for.
Correct.
Right, but other than that, everything is being paid back through assessment.
Correct. Special assessment.
So this is not taxpayer dollars.
The 550
Right.
will be, but the, what was it?
4.2
million is being assessed to the homeowners.
Right, so I'm just saying that for
Repayment.
each homeowner is going to be assessed a certain amount per year to pay this back.
Correct.
Okay. Mrs. Morelli, as far as the reorganizational chart, to my knowledge, there is no change in any salaries. I mean, the salaries were all public record. Am I right in that, Jack? There's
Yeah, I mean, I'll answer this question
other than
again.
contractual.
What we did was we created another position in order to save taxpayer dollars by having someone else who's working for the township take on another responsibility and supervise other departments. That is exactly what we did and where we're at.
At a savings.
Correct.
Okay. And Mr. Meyerowitz, again, I'm going to defer to Councilman Guarino. Uline, I buy from them for the restaurant, and I buy cones to put on my wet floor too. I don't think this is something that the municipality is going to use. I buy a lot of products from Uline, so that's it. Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Okay, we'll review the consent agenda. Approval of minutes of previous meetings, April 22nd, 2014, public meeting.
Consent.
Report of township officers, municipal judges report for February 2014 and March 2014.
Consent.
Reading of petitions and communications and bids, none. Bills, are there any questions on the bills?
No.
Consent.
Resolutions, are any resolutions being pulled this evening?
Resolution C because of the
Pull
C, right?
And
D.
J.
And E.
And what?
E.
Yes.
And E.
Right, that's,
C, E, and J. Any others?
Anyone else? Councilman?
Thank you, Council President. Yes, I'd like to pull agenda item F, which is Resolution 8714. It's a resolution authorizing a special emergency appropriation. It's not on here, but it's for $600,000. So I want to ask some questions about that.
Thank you. Anything else?
Is that it?
Madam Clerk?
Okay. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of resolutions C, E, F, and J?
J.
Consent.
Motion moved.
second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is implemented.
Next on our agenda is the public hearing for the municipal budget. Yes?
If we could
Is there
do the-
something
If we
after?
could do the amendment first.
Okay.
The amendment resolution first.
Which is a resolution?
Resolution
91-14.
J. Yep.
Yes.
Unlike the last one, this shouldn't take very long. Whereas the local municipal budget for the year 2014 was approved on the 8th day of April 14th, 2014, and whereas the public hearing of said budget will be held this evening as advertised, and whereas it is desired to further amend said budget, now therefore be resolved by the governing body of the Township of West Orange, the County of Essex, that the following amendments be approved to the approved budget of 2014 be made. Dedicated revenues from swimming pool utility. Operating surplus anticipated. $3,536.58 to $29,667. Total operating surplus from $3,536.58 to $29,667. Current fund balance from $26,130.42 to zero. Total swimming pool balance revenues, $267,542 to $267,542. Same amount. So there's no, this amendment does not make any
Does not change.
any change other than just moving along. And it truly is housekeeping. Be it further resolved that 3 certified copies of the resolution filed forthwith with the Director of the Division of Local Government Services for a certification of the local municipal budget so amended.
Okay, where do we go from here? This is on the amendment?
91-14.
Councilman?
If I may ask, what did all that mean?
Is it
Basically,
no
money was-
change? Housekeeping?
Yeah, it's housekeeping. There was money on that was inadvertently put on one line that should have been included in another, so we just moved it.
Okay, so it just corrects a typo. The numbers you were talking about is, we're expecting a $3,500 surplus from pool operations this year?
Well, the way the budget was introduced, it was, we were anticipating using 3,500 from there, and then it was an additional 26,000, but it was just captioned incorrectly. So we're just correcting that caption so that it's all 20, it comes in at 29,667.
Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't understand. We were planning on using part of the surplus to fund the operating?
Yes, this is surplus
Okay.
surplus within the pool utility to fund next year. Similar to what we do every year, similar to what we do in the current fund budget. You know, if we have surplus, we'll use it to fund the next year.
Okay, just want to make sure I understand it before I vote on this. So the current fund balance, I'm sorry, it's just hard to read this. Operating surplus anticipated, it originally was $3,500, but that was incorrect.
It was supposed to be 29,667, but it was broken down into two lines.
Okay.
The second line being the incorrect title for it. Therefore, so that we're just correcting the title for that extra 26,130.42.
So maybe I can just simplify it. We're going to use $3,500 from the surplus account to fund.
What we're doing now, if you adopt this, if you do it, we're using 29,667 from surplus.
So we're going to be using almost $30,000 to fund the operating budget for the pool.
Correct.
Obviously because of a shortfall.
Because we have the money in.
Okay.
Because we have the money, rather
Okay.
than count on other revenues.
Okay, so, and this seems to indicate that there won't be any longer, once we use this up, there won't be any current fund balance.
Well, we generally generate fund balance every year. So next year, we'll see what fund balance we have.
Okay. So we're using our surplus to fund the operating budget this year, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, we don't have a capital account in our utility fund, so there's really no reason to maintain, you know, it's a different animal than our regular budget. There's no reason to maintain an artificial surplus there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So make a motion to approve Resolution 91-14.
Second.
Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. Now's the budget time. Okay. We have a suggested procedure outline. The meeting will come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes.
There are 5 members of the governing body present this evening.
I will entertain a motion to open the hearing on the budget.
Second?
Well, you have to do it first.
Oh, sorry.
You can make a motion to.
I'll make a motion to
Thank you.
open the budget hearing.
Is there a second?
I second.
Madam President, this is the time fixed for the public hearing on the municipal budget and tax resolution for 2014. The budget was approved on first reading by the Township Council on April 8, 2014, was advertised as required on April 17, 2014, together with notice of hearing for this time. The Budget Amendment Resolution 81-14 was approved by the Township Council on April 22, 2014, was advertised as required on April 24, 2014, together with notice of hearing for this time. Copies were made available to the public during the past week, and a supply is here for anyone desiring one this evening.
So anyone who has not secured a copy of the budget and would like to do so now, they are here. Madam Clerk, where are they?
Yeah.
Where are they?
On the table up here.
Okay, right here on the table. Okay, you could be a member.
Okay. Okay. Madam President, I have a resolution regarding the reading of the budget.
Clerk will read the resolution.
I have to find it first.
Okay.
Read by title only. No, it's consent agenda. Yeah, it was approved on the consent agenda. Yeah, so it doesn't have to be done again.
Okay.
And that was Resolution 90-14.
Okay. Resolution to read the budget by title only.
Correct.
Okay, it's already been approved. Okay, there's a number here. Next page.
Jerry, you're on again.
Oh, on the other page. Okay, same member.
You don't need any of
All right, I read the next line, right?
that. No, you don't need any.
I don't need any of that?
No,
Okay. She said,
because it's consent agenda.
Okay. Oh, it was on consent agenda.
Thank you.
Okay.
You're,
The resolution is adopted?
no, before opening this hearing,
I don't have that. Oh, I'm sorry. Before opening this hearing, I wish to outline the procedure. Each person desiring to be heard will rise and give his or her name and address before speaking, recognizing one speaker at a time in order of rising as nearly as I can determine. Address all questions to the chair. Where necessary, they will be referred to the individual members of the governing body or municipal officials that are here this evening. Questions must be confined solely to the municipal budget before us. School or county matters are not proper subjects of this hearing and cannot be discussed or answered here tonight. I now declare open the public hearing on the municipal budget and tax resolution of 2014. Any comments? Yes, Marielle.
Good evening. My name is Marielle Clemenson, 4 Cherrywood Circle in West Orange. I have 3 comments to suggest related to the budget. The first has to do with the bond anticipation notes related to the financing proposal. I just wanted to bring to your attention that best practices dictate matching the useful life of assets to the maturity of the bonds that will be used to fund the asset. Many of the assets appear to be long, like 10 to 20 years of useful life. So it makes a lot of sense, especially if you think interest rates might be rising in the future, which I think most of us are expecting that to start at some point. It makes sense to match, again, the useful life of the asset with the maturity of the bond. So rather than a ban, which is a bond anticipation note of about a year, the suggestion would be to finance that with a 10-year bond, 8-year bond, or however long is allowed. For reference, the Essex County is going to be financing, looks like 20 or 30 million by the end of May, and they just got a AA rating by Fitch. The report was released last week. It's very interesting. If anyone wants to see it, I can supply it. And just for your information, the rate would be about 2.1% on the longest piece that they're asking for, which I think is an 8-year, and a 5-year would be at about 1.33%. Second item, oh, gotta hurry. Second item is follow on with Councilman Cirillo's comment tonight about basic business practice being always to have a 3 to 5 year capital spending plan in front of you. And this is the first time I've heard in 3 years of a capital spending plan. It's fantastic that we're seeing one. My understanding this number is for 2014. I didn't hear that it was a 3 to 5 year plan. So if it is, I apologize. But it's really helpful to have a 3 to 5 year plan, because in that way you know which items might be able to be deferred into a future year. Gives you more flexibility. Third thing has to do with the proper allocation of expenses. Basically, maybe from this point forward, it would be a really great idea to allocate anything related to the school to the big, huge school budget we have and away from the muni budget. Our budget has been very much under control and has a lot of governance, and it just would be really nice to have every school-related item over to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Marielle.
Thank you very much. Any other comment?
Yes, Mark Meyerowitz, 19 Howell Drive. Regarding the traffic cones, I read the description on the budget sheets to the salesperson. I picked Uline exactly because they were a very large company with thousands of safety products. And I specifically said traffic cones. And these cones, they gave me were approved by a national municipal traffic organization. I don't remember the initials, but they are traffic cones. They're not for wet floors. But my real question is, you want to do work on Ashland Avenue with these bonds, and Ashland Avenue is behind Prism.
Mark, this is about the budget?
It's not for the capital, this is for the budget.
Oh, this is the wrong.
for
This
that.
isn't this isn't
This
part
is
of
not-
that?
This is not the ordinance.
Capital ordinance comes later on.
Oh, so there'll be another, is that tonight?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Absolutely.
My
It's
mistake.
okay.
It's all right.
Any other comments? Yes?
Thank you. I need some clarification. I don't know if
Can
I'm
you
out
state
of
your
order
name and
here.
address?
Oh, I'm
Your
sorry,
name and
Rosary Morelli, Ralph Road. On the agenda, we have the approval of the budget. And I get down to these resolutions. This self-examination of the budget resolution comes after the approval of the budget. Can I ask a question about this now? It's a resolution, or am I not allowed to ask?
That was approved on consent agenda.
I'm sorry, what?
That was approved on consent agenda.
Okay, so this is approved. I can't address, what I'm looking at is a self-examination of budget resolution. When can I discuss that? I can't, it's a resolution?
It's already been approved, it's not part of the budget, and it's not part of the budget hearing itself.
Do you have a specific question about that resolution?
My question is, this is a pretty heavy resolution, self-examination of budget. They talk about payment, that you've gone through all of this. You've researched the payment of interest, debt redemption, cash deficit, a whole lot of really heavy things, real accounting issues. And then you're going to, in the ayes and the nays, swear to it that you did all this. It's a lot of stuff.
Okay.
Thank you.
And what is your question? Do you have a question about that? It's a lot of stuff,
Did you
right?
do all this, and did you understand it?
Okay, John, would you?
Absolutely.
Already approved, yeah. This was the check, yes, okay. Moving on, any other questions? Yes? No, okay. Seeing none. What happens next?
Madam President, I move, thank you. Madam President, I move that the hearing be closed.
Second.
She took my...
Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes.
Okay. The motion is carried.
Thank you.
Motion is carried.
Okay, now you have to do a motion. Oh, yeah, okay. I'm sorry, Resolution C, 84-14, resolution to adopt the 2014 municipal
Excuse me,
budget.
before we do that, John, the comment that was made about the 3 to 5 year plan, because that did come up during our budget hearing, can you just
Yeah, actually,
address that, please?
we've put together at this point, somewhere between a 7 and 9 year plan. You know, what you see before you tonight in the ordinances represents the first year of that plan. You know, moving forward, we will be then looking at, obviously now we have a sense of this, of where we're going. One of the things that I'm going to be charging the departments with at our next department head meeting is asking them now to start now refining the future year plan. You know, this was a big chunk. I don't anticipate this big of a chunk necessarily moving forward in the future. So I think that when it's approved tonight, will get us on our way to where we need to go in terms of a lot of projects and programs within the township, and then certainly we'll be prepared to again amend and hopefully next year come back with a strong capital budget as well. But it will be, you know, within the budget there is a sketch of a long-term plan. What we're working on is the details of that plan.
And a few of the comments and phone calls and emails that I've received, I believe that the directors are well aware of that already because people have sent emails and asked questions about it. And speaking to the directors, they are already anticipating 2015. So
One of the things
definitely in the works.
One of the things that I want to see developed this year, and as part of my plan, is to actually come up with a complete asset inventory. We have them in different places, but all together with projections over the next 20 years of what we think needs to be
Lifespan.
done over that 20-year period, so that and attach timeframes to that, so that we can start planning now for the things that need to happen 5 years from now. We've already started having conversations about that. I think what's happened in the past is maybe because of not having capital budgets, we've not focused on that as much as I would like to see us do, and I certainly intend to take us there next year.
Councilman Quigley.
Go ahead, Mr.
No,
Councilman
sorry.
Breland. Go ahead.
No, go ahead, Joe.
Thanks.
Councilman, go
Okay.
ahead.
I just wanted to follow up on that. The budget format that we use annually provides for both a 1-year and a 5-year budget plan. The 5-year budget plan that we got was for approximately $31 million. And I had asked, what are those projects? And all you've given me is for the first year. So again, I would very much like to know how you got to $31 million over 5 years, given that right now we're looking at borrowing $7.25 million in tonight's meeting, which certainly seems to me to be a considerably more than if you took $31 million and divided it by 5 years. So what are you anticipating spending, next year?
Well, at this point, I think as I indicated before, while there are requests for this year, for next year, that have already been, we've not made determinations of what administration thinks those requests should be. We have now requests. And, and those requests will be combed through, if you will, and what I'd like to get to a point is where the administration does have its plan as opposed to requests. And that's something we have to grow into. And so, but I can tell you, for instance, I'm certain there's somewhere between $4 and $5 million a year in road programs requested for the next 5 years. So you're talking, 20 to 25 million right there. So whatever other requests there may be, to add up to that the 33 may be a low number. Ultimately, I mean, what we're required to do in the budget as a demonstration is a sketch of where we're going with capital. And then when you pass a capital ordinance, if you adopt a capital ordinance tonight, when you read through it, there's verbiage in there that says the adoption of this amends the capital budget that you approved tonight to include that. So the real capital plan is in your budgets, in the ordinances that you pass. What's in the document itself is more of a sketch. Like I said, I want to take us to, my goal is to take us to a place where we have a more concrete idea over the next 5 to 7 years of the things that absolutely have to be done. And then we can entertain things we want to do.
So the state requires the 1 year and the 5 year plan in the budget format?
Yeah, it's actually 6 years. Yeah.
Okay, excuse me, 6 years. Thank you for correcting me. What does the state not require us to have a 6-year plan, even though they put it in the budget document?
If we're going to have a capital budget, we have a choice. If we're going to have a capital budget, then we have to have a 6-year plan.
Okay.
And again, it's a sketch. It's not. Again, I keep in mind, it is not an approval for appropriation. It's not like the rest of the budget. You go through your line items. Those are approvals for administrative to spend based on what you approve. The capital budget, as it's called in the document, does not authorize anything. It is just basically a notification to the public of an idea of where you're going. And the actual authorization to spend money comes from the ordinance. And until you pass an ordinance, you can't spend any of that. We're not authorized to go out and do RFPs and things of that nature unless we know that the money is going to be available. So that is, while it's called a capital budget, it's more of a sketch.
No, I understand. I'm just speaking as a council person I am very concerned about the amount of debt that we're proposing to put on. And part of the decision about whether to borrow money, in my way of thinking, is making it relative to what the other future costs might be. So we may invest money now, and then we don't have it to spend next year, or we're in more difficult straits next year and we don't know. So that's why the 6-year budget horizon is very helpful to me, so I can figure out what's coming down the pike and compare it to what's being asked for now. So that's why I was asking.
Yeah, I think moving forward, you'll be able to, I'd like to see that become more relevant, so, so for your use. So I think we're on the same page.
Okay.
Councilman Cirillo?
I was going to ask.
I'm sorry, Councilman.
No, thank you, Council President. And to Councilman Kukoviac's point, with the 35 million, which is over a 6-year period, you worked this into your budget as part of your forecasting, because like when we do our 5-year plan, you're working these numbers in to see the cost of borrowing money down the road. So you're getting your estimate, so that's why you have that 35 million in there, even though you don't have the approval for expenditures on it year by year. So that's how you're using that to build your forecast, so your forecast planning for your budget model.
Correct.
That's what I'm understanding, so that's why it's there.
Correct.
That's correct.
Okay. Because that's how it's, when you do a 5-year plan, you need your every expenditure, so you understand what the cost is going to be, and you roll those costs into our debt service, the expense.
Correct. Yeah, and that's a choice the council makes.
Right.
I mean, quite frankly, council could say, we'd rather not, we like all these projects, but we'd rather spend $1 million out of tax dollars for that, raise tax dollars this year, as opposed to bonding. You have that choice to make.
Right. You spend it out of general operating.
Right, and which would, then you'd have to raise that money in the taxes. But again, those are the decisions you make, as you go along.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gross. Thank you, Council
Which
President.
we're trying not to do.
Yes.
Which we're trying not to do.
We're trying not.
Right. Any other questions or comments?
If I could, I did want to just, I wasn't sure whether you were asking all of us to make comments about the budget, because if we are, I would like to
Make a comment?
actually make a brief presentation on one of the issues that keeps seeming to come up. So if you could bear with me, I want to just sort of circulate this to the council, and there's a couple of extra pages there. I just want to do a brief presentation with a couple of boards talking about this issue of no tax budget, and I have some copies of the actual boards that I'm going to use. If anybody wants to come up and take a look at it, it should be pretty easy to see. I'll just stick this here. I can do it without hurting myself or anyone else.
Well, the councilman prepares. I just wanted to add that I did want to thank Mr. Marowitz for taking the initiative and going out there and confirming whether or not those independent cost estimates were in the range. So, I mean, it's nice to see one of our residents getting involved and participating in the process, and hopefully, that helped us explain a little bit more about how a capital budget is arrived to, and how those numbers are not solid numbers at this point in the process. Thank you, Council President.
Is there enough copies over there?
You'll have to share. I only made like 10 extra copies.
And are there enough copies of the resolutions there?
Whenever the chairman of the environmental commission is here, I don't make extra copies.
All right, I'll get them.
What? Can we just...
He's never seen that.
I am about to hurt myself. Someone's calling first aid squad. move this podium out a little bit just so I can see when I'm...
I don't even know what he's going to talk about.
No idea. Okay, I have no idea.
Everybody see that okay? Thank you.
Okay. This is unprecedented, so there you go.
No, it's not unprecedented.
Yes, it is.
If I could, very briefly. Those of you in TV land and those of you here in the chambers have heard in recent council meetings about a no tax increase budget. And I'm not sure what that means, since the budget itself clearly shows that everyone's municipal taxes are going up, except for those whose assessments go down this year, usually through a tax appeal. And I want to show you what the budget, the actual budget document shows. And it's somewhat complicated, so I'll try to simplify. First, there are two sets of three numbers that you need to focus on. The first set of three is the municipal tax, the library tax, and the open space tax. And together, these represent the total municipal tax portion of your tax bill. The second set of three numbers are the total assessed value in the township. I refer to it as our tax base. It's all the taxable property in the township. The tax levy, which is the amount of tax revenue needed to fund total municipal taxes, the municipal, the library, and the open space. And the third number is the tax rate, the portion of the tax base needed to produce the tax levy. That rate is multiplied by your property assessment to get your total municipal taxes. So the state gives the municipalities a format for the introduced budget designed to give everyone all the information they need to understand their municipal budget and taxes. It provides the data, but not in a particularly easily understandable format for the average property owner to see and understand. For example, the format doesn't use standard page numbers, it uses sheets. And it scatters the most important information throughout the document. To show what I mean, I've blown up a portion of sheet 3B_III of the explanatory statement budget message section of the budget format. If you look at the document itself, it's page 9 for those of us civilians. On the first board here, everything here is exactly as on page 9 on this portion, like the 2/3 of the left portion of the board. Over here, where it says percentage difference, I've added that because it's a little hard to see, but you can see this much better. And here's what it shows. And this is from the actual tax document, the budget document that we're about to review and approve tonight. The first line is the municipal tax. You can see from that the municipal tax levy is actually going up. The assessed valuation of the township, the tax base, is going down. The municipal tax rate is going up. It's going up 0.9%. Then down here is kind of interesting. It's the average assessed value single-family home that the budget format requires to give civilians an idea of what's going on with their individual property taxes. So you can see right here, the township believes that the average assessed value of a single-family home is going up this year. It's going to go up about 1/3 of a percentage point. And then if you take all of these calculations, what you see is that if you're the average municipal tax, the average municipal taxes for the average single-family home going to go up about 1.2%. That's because the average assessed value goes up a little bit more than that, and so your actual taxes are going up 1.2%. Everybody get that? Does that make sense? Okay, because your average assessed value of the house is going up. So if you've got that average assessed value house, your taxes are going to be going up 1.2%. But this page gives us an incomplete understanding of how the municipal portion of your tax bill is impacted by the budget. This page doesn't include the library tax or the open space tax. It's very helpful down here in the fine print where it says the minimum library tax levy is not reflected in the current year municipal tax levy here. So there's a second board. This is one I made it myself, but it has all the numbers taken directly from the budget documents, and I've done some calculations. But that's the only three numbers that aren't in our budget document. This second board is designed to bring all the information from the introduced budget in one place to make it as simple and easy as possible to see the impact on you, the taxpayer. Because a lot of what we talk about up here is rather esoteric. We talk about debt service and matching liabilities and assets and all that other stuff. And I think just based upon what I feel and what I know from talking to a lot of people, what they really care about is what's going to happen to my taxes. So that's what I'm trying to do, bring this all on one board so you can see. In the top section here, you get the 3 separate tax levies and the total municipal tax levy. You can see each one of these here. This is from last year. What you can see here is that this year's municipal tax levy actually went up. Like I said before, it was on the previous page. It went down the exact amount for the library levy. And that's because the library levy is a fixed rate. It's a fixed rate based upon the tax base. So when your tax base is shrinking, which ours has done over the last several years, the tax rate for the library tax goes up less revenue. Talk to anybody in the library, they will tell you that they talk about this all the time. Their budget is getting less and less each year because our tax base is shrinking. So you can see that that's happening. So the library levy went down $56,000, and we raised the municipal levy $56,000. The open space levy went down for the same reason. It's a fixed rate. It went down $1,082, and that's actually what happened to the total municipal levy. It's down 2/1,000th of a percentage point. Went down $1,000. So your total tax, the total municipal levy has gone down almost $1,100 out of a $73 million budget. This middle section is stuff we've already, is just about the municipal tax. We've already covered it in the previous board. Again, you can see the total assessed value of the tax base has gone down about $41 million and change. The municipal tax rate has gone up 8 points, 0.9%, and your taxes on your average assessed value single-family home has gone up about 1.2%. Down here in the bottom is the lower section. It provides the tax rates on the 3 municipal taxes. Add the rates to come up with the total municipal tax rate, which is a number that isn't in the budget. It should be, because that's what really impacts us. I then multiplied that rate with the tax base to come up with an impact of total municipal taxes on your tax bill, which is also not in the budget, which probably should be. As you can see, our municipal property taxes are clearly going up. There you can see the difference between 0.892 this year and 0.884 last year. So it's gone up about 0.9%. If you look down here for the total tax, which includes the library tax and the open space tax, the same thing has happened. The 8 points, it's going up 8 points, which, because it's a slightly larger number, it goes up a little, just a tiny bit less than 0.9 point. And then down here for the average assessed value single-family home, actually going up 1.22%, because of the increase of the town's estimate of what the average assessed value home is going to be. So I hope that sort of clarifies when you hear no tax budget, and then you see that your taxes are going up. That's the difference. That's the difference. So you can see the budget yourself on the town website. It's on. You can go to the homepage, westorange.org, click on budget on the left-hand side of the page. Just keep in mind that the introduced budget was amended at the last council meeting to increase spending by about $85,000, with no impact on the tax portion of the budget. It was amended. It was amended again today, but I don't think that has a major impact. I've asked Mr. Gross to put that amendment, that first amendment, up on that section, and he says he's going to make sure it gets up there. You can also see these boards and the budget and the amendments at a website I maintain on municipal government, westorangegrassroots.org. I'd certainly like to have a budget that doesn't increase the total municipal portion of your tax bill or even passes on a tax cut. Our tax base has declined in recent years, increasing the upward pressure on property tax rates. And again, it's the rates that determine how much taxes you pay. If the attractiveness of owning real estate in our town is hurt by the perception that property taxes are too high, whether it's actual or perceived, and everybody can differ, then keeping taxes steady or even decreasing them should help bolster the tax base and address the shadow tax increase. By my math, to do that, we'd have to find roughly $400,000 of reduced spending or increased revenue. I'm familiar with the budget, and I think we can do this. I've been outvoted on a lot of the spending issues going back to the March 1st statutory budget hearing. But if the council majority wants to postpone adoption of the budget and take a hard look at whittling down this tax increase or eliminating it, then I'm certainly in favor of that. Thanks for your time and attention.
Great. Can you take these boards down?
I have a question.
And I'll certainly be happy to answer any questions.
Answer my question. Okay.
I have a question for the councilman.
You first. Go ahead.
Council President, the councilman has talked about how we should consider, well, he talked about how maintaining the attractiveness of our municipality is very important in order to maintain a town assessed values, homeowner values. Yet the councilman speaks about, cutting back some of the services that maintain those property values and make this municipality attractive for new home buyers, and that will allow us to maintain those assessed values high so that these tax rates don't get affected. I don't understand how we can justify that, cutting back on services such as the jitney that make the town attractive, that assist in maintaining these assessed values high, and which ultimately could result in the tax rate not being affected.
If it could, Council President, I think a better way to, first factually, I have not said that I want to cut the jitney. I know it's all over town, but you can go back and check the video, and I don't say that. What I say is, we should know what the cost of our jitney service is. We just paid, I don't remember the exact number, $260,000 for 5 buses. That's money that we paid that the taxpayers will cover. We have an operating budget for the jitney. I don't know what it is because we just got the information just before the meeting, but it's somewhere between $150,000, $175,000 a year. So I haven't talked about cutting back the jitney. All I said is we should look at it, know what the cost is, and then determine whether, based upon what other towns are doing, whether it makes sense to consider charging for this. One of the things I asked for was a survey of what other towns are doing with their buses. I don't think I got that today, and so I think that needs to be part of the discussion, so we'll have to do that in the future.
It was sent today.
We can find out.
But if I could finish. The way I look at it is, based upon my personal feelings and what I talk to a lot of people in town is, keeping taxes as low as possible should be right at the top of our list of priorities. Just as much as athletic fields or the jitney service or anything else, particularly for people who are having trouble paying their taxes. So all I've suggested, and when I've gone through the budget process, is to look at things to see if we can make the difficult decision. I'm not saying any of this is easy. I'm saying making the difficult decision that says it's more important to stop raising our taxes on our taxpayers than it may be to, I don't know, give mobile phones to employees or whatever. That's what the budget process is supposed to do. The budget process is supposed to give you a cost-benefit analysis so that you can make an informed decision. So that's one of the things I'm doing. I have not talked about cutting the jitney, even though for some reason it's all over town that I have. All I've said is, let's look at the numbers, let's see what other municipalities are doing, and let's see what would happen if we did start charging. As everybody here knows, I'm one of 5 people on the council, and I have to try to convince my colleagues that it is the right thing to do. But that's what I'm doing. I'm trying to apply the budget process to everything that we spend, with the idea of it can potentially hurt us to keep raising taxes.
Council
Council
President.
Wait, well, sorry, I'm sorry.
Can I ask a question?
Well, I have to say, though, I just resent the inference that was just made, because as if that's not what we're trying to do. We have been told, these are your numbers. John, I'm going to ask you to look at these numbers. This is the first time. This is unprecedented, and anyone has ever presented their numbers to the council in challenge to the administration. That's what it seems like. We are told, we have been told, it has been published, that we are not raising taxes. Okay, your percentage here. John, you're going to have to comment on these numbers.
I have two questions.
I just wanted to say that I resent the fact that...
I just want to add that the councilman asked if you had any questions, so...
Okay, I'm just coming
format.
Ask your question.
If I could, before you ask another question, what I was saying was not meant to impugn my colleagues or to challenge the administration. If maybe you couldn't see the board because you were sitting here.
I have this right here.
The board is taken right out of the budget document. And that's what the budget document says. It's not my numbers. None of those numbers are my numbers. They're in the budget document.
First thing is I think you should have submitted it to us before you presented it at our open public meeting so that we could have an idea of what you were going to talk about and at least review it, and that didn't happen. But that's okay. It didn't. You're laughing about that. Did you even submit that to us to look at? If we didn't do that for you, Councilman, you'd be sitting here saying, I didn't have enough time to review the information. But that's okay, because we understand the document.
Excuse me for interrupting, because I don't want to let this stand.
Go ahead.
The numbers are straight out of the budget document. If you're not familiar with the numbers, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. They're all taken from the budget document.
We're very familiar with it.
Okay.
My second question to you is that we had budget hearings back in February, and I'd like to know what you proposed to the administration that was worth $400,000 to cut out of that budget. You've had that budget since February, and now you're sitting here saying, well, now that I've done this analysis at the night we're going to present the budget, I think we should now cut another $400,000 out of the budget. What were your suggestions? As a matter of fact, during the budget hearings, the budget was raised, and we took that budget and brought it back down to zero. So I guess my question to you is what, in your mind, should we cut out that's worth $400,000 out of this budget?
Well, that's a very good question. That's a very good question. But let me just remind you that at the March 1st
Can you answer my question? What is your recommendation to cut $400,000 out of this budget?
If I could.
Go ahead.
Just to refresh memory, at the March 1st statutory budget hearing, I voted against a wide variety of expenditures. I don't think any of my opposition carried over into an actual vote. I've been asking for months and months for information about the jitney. I just got it this afternoon.
You said you didn't want to cut the jitney.
Excuse me?
How does that...
Excuse me? I'll try to be as clear as possible. I have not said cut the jitney. Everybody seems to be putting that in my word. You're just the latest one. All I said was, excuse me, could you please let me finish? All I said was, let's know the cost of the jitney service, let's look at what other towns are doing, and then we can make, as a council, an informed decision. That's what I said. I've asked about the cell phones for months and months. Certainly, in a budget of $73 million, if we thought that it was important, if we as a council thought it was important not to raise tax rates, we could find the $400,000. The question really is whether the council wants to do that. You know the budget process better than I do. If the council says we want to cut $400,000, that's what you guys would have to do.
Do you have any suggestions on how we should do that?
I would be happy to talk about it in coordination with my colleagues.
At the night we're trying to approve a budget. Why did you wait till tonight to do that? That's my question.
Well, there's a lot of other questions asked too, one of them which is the budget can't actually, for all intents and purposes, be final until, according to Mr. Gross, until the county certifies the tax levies and the tax rates.
Wait. Just to be done.
Okay, well, I'll just read the email then.
You know there's statutory deadlines that we have to meet with the state. Just like when you said you wanted to change this budget document, you can't do that because the state That's required by the state for us to fill this document out the way we fill it out. And there are statutory deadlines that we have to meet, just like when we have our budget hearings, when we do our amendments, and when we have our public hearings. And we're trying to stay on that statutory deadline. And I just think, to me, for you to come in tonight and make this suggestion when you've had that budget since February and haven't made one suggestion to us about what should be cut out of that budget or what your intents were, that amazes me.
For you to say that I haven't made one suggestion to the administration about how to save money on this budget is just incorrect. It's just incorrect.
Okay, I'm not going to beat a dead horse.
Okay.
You can address the number.
I want to ask a question. I want to make a statement. Everybody's talking about the shuttle, okay, and what other towns do and everything else. Worry about West Orange, okay? It's a benefit to the people. So if you want to charge the people who use the shuttle, some are on fixed incomes, some have lost their jobs, so we're trying to give them a benefit so they can get into the city and not have to use their cars and park in South Orange at $5 a day, okay? You're talking about a service to the community, okay? So then should we charge other people to use other things? Should we charge the seniors to use the bus, which I wouldn't vote for because we have to take care of our seniors. They're on fixed incomes. But if you're saying charge the families of West Orange who use the shuttle and not anybody else who uses the same buses, that's totally, out of line. That's totally out. The taxpayers, like we said, we're equal. Whoever uses the buses, you want to charge, and you're going to have to charge for everybody. If you're not going to charge for everybody, okay, then that's the way it is. You talk about values and how the tax rate works here. Okay, yes, values have gone down, but those were things out of the township's controls. Those are economical and cyclical. If you ever read or dealt with Dr. Paul Krugman of Harvard University, who would be totally in disagreement with you about how you have to spend money to maintain a municipality and a long-time goals. Things you don't buy now, you're going to pay later. If you don't fix your house now and you wait, the longer and longer you wait to make repairs, the more costly it's going to be. I'm not saying to spend money, but I'm saying is when you look at numbers, and again, this should have been given to the council and the administration because you've put a lot of work into this, Councilman, but it would take us too. We should have had the opportunity to analyze these numbers. I mean, some of us here in the council do have a financial background and deal with big numbers every day. Okay? So that's a question. The work you did was a lot of work, but it should be given to the administration and the council. So we're not blindsided. We don't know what these numbers are. I mean, and now I'm not going to say, please forgive me. I'm not saying only $38 is only $38. I'm not saying only, because any dollar helps anybody. This is a night out, or this is a child's school book for school. I'm just saying is there are a lot of impacting things that go into the budget. So, I mean, Muriel made a comment about the school board and things like that. That affects our budget. But you mentioned about the field. The field was paid for by capital money that taxpayers paid. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Gross. How many years ago? 10?
Many years ago.
Many years ago.
So basically multiple ordinances.
Right. So multiple ordinances goes, and we were able to save the taxpayers of West Orange a lot of money, so they didn't have to go out and renew the field and bond it and then relay it out in their budget and give extra burden to the taxpayers of West Orange. So can you cut stuff out of a budget? Yeah. But then again, the way we've looked at the budget, these things are necessary things. Will our assessments go up? Maybe. Like I said, there have been many houses on my block that are selling for $20,000 and $30,000 over their asking price. That says a lot for West Orange. And if you don't believe me, go look at the Realtor listings for this past week and the sales that went on in the Gregory section. It goes to show to yourself the little investments the township and the council makes the township a better place, an attractive place. Because I don't think anybody's going to pay $40,000 over asking price for a house in this township if it wasn't attractive. Okay? And getting back to the shuttle, I think it's the greatest thing. And I ride that shuttle at times when I don't have council meetings, and people thank us saying what the council did. They said the council did to give the new buses and a quality of service, and that's what they like, and that's what a lot of other people move to West Orange. It's the services that we give them. Take them away, and these people will move away. So, thank you, Council President. If I could, Council President, just try to respond to some of these comments. Again, there's this meme of Councilman Krakowiak wants to do away with the jitney. I've never said that. I would not.
I didn't say you did, Councilman.
You'll have to show me the tape, Councilman. You'll have to show me the tape. What I have said is that it's a valuable service that people like. But let's find out what the cost is. And then I also asked what other municipalities are doing, precisely because there's all of this discussion about how we seem to have a competitive advantage by offering a free shuttle. So let's look at what other municipalities are doing. If all of the other municipalities are charging for it, then maybe we decide that we can offset some of this cost by charging a fee and perhaps keep it lower than anybody else and still have that competitive advantage while not providing as much as subsidy. So that's why I asked about what the other municipalities are doing, because people that would be considering us might conversely want to know what's going on in the other municipalities as part of their buying decision. You asked about the numbers. Again, I'm shocked. I am shocked at the reaction that I'm getting about these numbers. Every one of these numbers is taken directly from the budget document. I actually showed the page where the numbers are.
Nobody's reacting.
I did a couple of computations on the second page because it makes it all that easier, but I think I identified it. Those numbers are numbers that I put in place, but they're all from the budget document. So I just assumed everybody here knew this. But for the last 3 or 4 council meetings, I've heard about the no tax increase budget. And I think if you just see what the budget itself says, it says our taxes are going up. I think that's an important fact that we need to make clear. And again, it's all the numbers from the budget. It's not me making them up. It's right from the budget. So I just assumed everybody was familiar with these numbers.
Councilman, no one ever, I didn't say that you made the numbers up, but I'm not amazed at the numbers. I was just kind of appalled that you put this whole thing together and didn't give us a copy of it so that we could look at it. That's all. I'm not questioning the numbers.
Oh, okay, good.
I'm not questioning those numbers at all. However, I do stand by our position that we have introduced a 0-point tax increase budget. Because if you look at page 11 of the same document that you looked at, on page sheet 11, the total amount to be raised by taxes for support of the municipal budget is the same amount of money as it was last year. And that's what this government controls. We don't control people who go out and want to appeal their taxes, and whether they win or lose, that's good. You're right. That's going to dictate a different number. But that is nothing that this government controls. We cannot control. We can't tell a person, don't file a tax appeal, or you should file a tax appeal. That's not under our control. This book is under our control. This is our operating expenses and how we deliver services to this community at the cheapest, at the most efficient way, and the cheapest price we can. That number did not change from last year. It's the same number that we have to raise. So it's a difference of opinion on how you look at this, whether you look at rate, whether you're looking at assessed values, or whether you're looking at what does it cost to run a municipality. And over the last 4 of the last 5 years, we have zeroed this budget out. It's just that simple. Now, Mr. Gross is going to explain to you a little bit about what you spoke about versus what our number is.
If I could just respond to that. Again, the book that you referred to, the budget, clearly shows that we're going to pay something if we want, we're going to pay an extra $400,000 in the tax rates. It's just what the numbers in the budget say. So it's something that you could actually manage for. You could say, like right tonight, gee, I didn't know it was going to cost us roughly $400,000 to get to no tax increase for our taxpayers. So let's pull out our pens and pencils and figure out $400,000, knock that off, and then we have a true no tax increase budget.
Councilman, sheet 11 in the budget that has to be submitted to the state and approved by the state shows the exact amount to be raised by taxes for support of the municipal budget as the same as it was last year.
Yes, I'm just looking at it from the taxpayer's perspective.
No, I know how you're looking at it, and Mr. Gross is going to explain that.
I have to say that while the perspective that is being identified here is the perspective of a taxpayer's, which is a majority of the taxpayers that did not have a change in their assessment. But there are taxpayers that did have a change in their assessment. So it's like a balloon. If you have a balloon and you hold it in the center, and there's so much balloon on this side and there's so much of the balloon on that side, if you shrink this side of the balloon, the other side of the balloon goes up. gets bigger. So if you reduce the taxes for this portion, the portion over here pays more. And that has nothing to do with budgets. It has nothing to do with anything except market conditions, because assessments is about the allocation of of dollars to individual residents. That's what assessments are all about. So to the extent that the courts, and I'm not weighing in on it, to the extent that a court or a judge or the county board has said that there's certain taxpayers that deserve to pay less because their assessment was incorrect, then the rest of the taxpayers pick that up as a matter of fairness, because everyone is supposed to be paying based on their actual property values. And so therefore a judge or the county board or someone has determined that a certain section of the municipality is going to pay less taxes, and therefore the rest of the municipality has to pick up those taxes. Now, can this board decide that it wants to cut the budget in $486,000, which is my number, would have to be to equate that, and reduce services and make cuts from that, which I submit to you, to make any cuts of that magnitude, you'd either have to compromise your liquidity and your bond rating by reducing reserves, or by cutting actual services. That's just my opinion. Having a little bit of knowledge about the operation of this community. You can do that. West Orange did that. It did that in 2010. Did exactly that. They cut almost $1.3 million, and what came from that was mass layoffs of police and fire. Or police, I'm sorry, it wasn't fire. So yeah, can you do that? You absolutely can, and that's a policy decision that this council needs to make if they want to do that. But that does not equate to a tax increase if you leave the amount to be raised by taxation equal. And in fact, looking at the numbers that you have here, and I mean, the numbers look, I haven't checked them one by one, but they look reasonable to what I know. If you look at them on the page 2, the 4th line, total municipal levy, if you throw in open space, is actually down $1,000. So, I mean, while we've been talking about having a zero increase, because we generally don't talk about the open space tax levy because that is a separate levy. It's committed. There's no decision to be made on that. It was done by referendum, many years ago. So that just passes through, and that floats specifically on the total assessed valuation. So it goes up and down as well. So this year it's down $1,082. So our total municipal levy is actually down. Now, when that gets attributed out to taxpayers, some taxpayers, a good portion of the taxpayers, are going to pick up a little bit more because some other taxpayers picked up less. But that's an equity issue. That's an issue of fairness, because the people who've been paying those taxes, who had higher assessments, someone said, a court, a judge, somebody has said, you've been paying too much. And if you've been paying too much, then somebody else has to pick that up. And that's what this percentage is. To the extent that you've got to calculate it to 1.2%, I don't quarrel with the calculation, except that and this is what we do. We come up with averages and we work on things and come up with ideas and calculate outcomes based on those averages. But this $36 is based on a home that was assessed last year on $338,615 value. Well, this year the average home is $339,808. It's $193 more. So we're higher. So we're applying it to that number. But the fact of the matter is, if you didn't appeal your taxes, or if you didn't add a bathroom or get reassessed, your value in 2014 is still $338,615. If last year that's what it was. So, this $36, I'm not saying that erases that, but it reduces it dramatically. It's probably somewhere down around $20 in real life, in real life terms. And I think that's what you're talking about in real life. Because of the balloon effect, property taxpayers are going to see an adjustment because of assessed valuation. And in declining markets, that's what happens. And that's what we've been seeing for quite a while. And that's a function of. It's not a function of this budget. Can this council decide to reduce services and to try to adjust for it? They can. Did it in 2010, and we all know what the impact of that was. So, and I have no quarrel with the numbers, but I do quarrel with the concept of tax increase. When we talk about raising taxes, the question about raising taxes, are we as a municipality, which is what we represent here, the entire municipality, we're not taking 1 penny more from this municipality than was taken last year. Not 1 penny. Now, is it being redistributed differently? Absolutely. Absolutely being redistributed differently, and some people are going to pay more, and some people are going to pay less, and that's just a function of the market and of the system that as I might quarrel with it. It is the statutory system of assessments and the way we allocate taxes in this state. So I don't know if I've shed any light on that or if this has been helpful, but I think that it's important to understand that what's going on here is 2 different entirely things. There's a budget, and then there's the allocation of tax dollars to all taxpayers, not just the taxpayers that are paying more, but the allocation of those that are paying less. Because somebody has said, a judge said, you deserve to pay less than you did last year because you were overassessed. People were carrying, what the judge is saying, other people were carrying you. We have to make that right. And so, I don't know.
Well, Mr. Gross, you're right, that certainly is something that we cannot control, who decides to do a tax appeal and who doesn't. But I think we can agree that the portion of the total number of taxpayers in the town who file an appeal year after year or in any specific year is a heck of a lot smaller than the total number of taxpayers who don't file an appeal.
I agree.
So these changes will be impacting the vast majority of our taxpayers.
It's going to impact everybody, and I think that's the point that troubles me, is that when we talk about this, even though it may be the majority of the taxpayers, there's also the other taxpayers as well that perhaps, again, some judges said have been overpaying for years, maybe, or for whatever period of time, and now they're going to get reduced for this point forward. But you have to look at the whole picture and the whole package, and if you're going to talk about it, I think it's important to understand that again, it's 2 different things. There's an equity issue here of the distribution of tax dollars and how they're being paid for. Again, if this council wants to try to absorb that by reducing taxes, what they did, there's no question about it. If you go look at the records, in 2010, there was a tax reduction of $1,286,270. And I guarantee you, everybody on the council was talking about that. We're actually reducing taxes. $1,207,000. Now the tax rate stayed the same, and that point in time when the tax rate stayed the same, the average property taxpayer that didn't see a change in their assessment paid, didn't see a reduction in their taxes. They paid the same. They paid the same as the previous year, although there was a reduction in the taxes. So, a lot of this is all on how you look at it.
Well,
but the numbers are clear. There's no increase in taxes in this budget.
But to me, it's a domino effect. I mean, it's just like when Mr. Gross spoke about 2010. We had layoffs, we cut jobs, we cut a lot of things. That affects how we operate. So if you cut $400,000 out this year to go below zero because of the tax levy, next year, what do? Do you go back in and you say, okay, even though you're zeroing out the budget, I want to go back and take another $400,000 or another $500,000. Eventually, you get yourself to a point where you can't run the municipality. At least not the way people in this town are used to services. And what we try to do in every budget is to provide the services that people want and need in the most efficient and cost-effective manner. Now, we believe that zeroing out our budget every year, at least for the 4 of the last 5 years, is the way to do that and try to maintain the services that people in this town want and need. And that's what we try to do every year. Now, like I said, I'm not debating the numbers or anything like that. You're right about the numbers and how that works. But as Mr. Gross has said, there's a piece of this that's totally out of our control. And there's nothing we can do about that, unless you want to turn around and take $486,000 out of the budget and cut $486,000 worth of services someplace. That you can do. Or, as Mr. Gross also said, we can take that money out of reserves, which I would not advise anyone, and then we're putting our bond rating at risk. So everything has, that's what I'm saying, everything has a cause and effect to it. So even though it looks great, even though our zero looks great and this looks great because there's $38 increase, there's a cause and effect to both of these. And the people who have to deal with these causes and effect are the taxpayers. And we try to make our decisions based on the best interest of the taxpayers. And that's why we're where we are today.
Council President?
If I could, before, Councilman Guarino made a couple other comments that I feel like I need to address, and then we can get on it if that, with the Council President's approval. Councilman Guarino, you mentioned something about a field, and I'm not sure what you meant by that, so maybe
Lincoln
you
Field.
could just...
Lincoln Field, the returfing of Lincoln Field.
Okay.
And also, if I may, please give me courtesy, bear with me. Also, the shuttle buses, everybody should know, was paid out of the same capital expenditures that the taxpayers paid eons ago. But nobody wants to talk about that. So the taxpayers didn't pay for those buses this year, they paid for it years ago. So just let me make that. But I was talking about Lincoln Field, Councilman, the returfing. The money that we spent out of capital, not to take your time, this saved the Board of Education from returfing that field because the insurance company told them that field had to be shut down. So what would we do? Shut down our soccer field for our youth, which Mountaintop uses it, the high school uses it, and everybody else uses it. And then so the Board of Ed would have to bond. Correct me, Mr. Gross, how much would it have cost to bond the repair Lincoln Field at $480,000? How much would the total expenditure would have been to the Board of Education? That would be laid out to the taxpayers on the tax side of the educational,
It'd be the same as what we did.
Okay.
I mean, they
But we saved the money. They didn't have to go out and bond $400,000 for a new field. Okay.
Which
Thank you.
saved tax dollars.
Which saved tax dollars. So,
No, it didn't.
yes, it did.
No,
Well, tell me
because
why not.
instead of the Board of Education going through the process to get voter approval to actually do that improvement,
So-
we just came through the town, and the town paid for it.
So wait, so we should tell the
We didn't
children of
save
West
it.
Orange, wait a minute.
That's a
So wait,
savings, though. I mean,
right, it's a savings.
The referendum savings, I mean, to the extent.
Right.
there's
So then you have the cost of referendum, the cost of running the referendum. So but you're going to tell the children of West Orange, sorry, you're not getting the field? They needed the field, and we gave them the field, and we saved the taxpayers money. We did.
I'm sorry, how did we save the taxpayers?
Because the
money,
Board of
Mr. Gross?
Education didn't have to go out and spend the money. Forget it.
The
Forget
cost
it.
of a
Actually
referendum?
doing a referendum, there's a cost
Forget
involved.
it.
So, and when we, by referendum, we mean going out to the taxpayers and the voters of the town and saying, do you think this should be spent?
Yeah, usually they do it through capital.
Yeah, it does with capital.
Okay.
For referendum.
But in terms of the exact dollars that the town spent to redo Lincoln Field, it would be in the exact dollar that the school district would have done. It's just
But
that
it
we
wasn't getting
didn't.
applied to the taxpayer. There was no increase in tax. If the Board of Education had to do it, they'd have to increase their budget, and they'd have to increase their tax levy. That's what I'm saying. So we saved them the portion, the township paid for it, okay? It gave them the field back. So if you're telling me that we should have told the kids, sorry, I don't agree with that. I'm sorry. Recreation's very important. And that field could not be used. The insurance company said that field was dangerous. It got a 12-year life history out of it. And the fact of the matter is that when it comes to voting for things like that we spent money that was sitting on capital, which cannot be given back, it benefited the children, it benefited the facility, and it's another quality of life issue when people drive by and they see that. And I didn't mean to take your time, Councilman.
No, that's okay. I
and I
appreciate
wasn't,
you
and again,
explaining.
and I wasn't being derogatory. I said I complimented your numbers. I said the hard work that you did. So that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying it was Lincoln Field, and also just to bring the fact is that the shuttle buses, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Gross, were paid out of the same capital expenditures. We didn't do the field house, so we bought the buses to benefit the taxpayers. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to take your time, Councilman.
Councilman Cirillo.
If I
Yes.
could, he made one more comment that I just wanted to respond to. Councilman Guarino was talking about some of the houses around him that have been selling. I think you said 3 of them have been selling over asking price. And I'm thrilled to hear that. But I think the fact remains is that in the budget, the administration is projecting that we're going to lose another $41.6 million out of our tax base. So hopefully they're wrong. Hopefully this is going on all over town. I haven't heard that, but hopefully it is. But the fact remains is that the best numbers that we have, that the administration has put out, suggest that we're going to have another decline in the tax base. And all I'm suggesting is, since it's in the budget, since we're telling everybody we expect a decline, which is going to have the shadow tax, we should, as a council, consider whether we want to address that or not. So I'm sorry to keep interrupting. Please.
Okay.
Councilman Cirillo?
I just want to let the councilman know that when I sit here, I always think about maintaining property values. When we vote on a service, when we vote on an improvement, it's always for the purpose of maintaining property values, because it affects what you just explained. It affects the tax rate. It affects the overall assessment throughout the municipality. So I worry about property values being maintained, and I worry about the tax levy not being raised. The tax levy, we're not raising taxes this year. 0% tax increase. The tax rate, which is what you call the shadow rate, is something that you want to go by. Now, if you want to go by, Councilman, if you want to go by the tax rate, I urge you that when you vote for a specific policy item, you consider property values and how cutting improvements to services such as the shuttle, such as the pool, such as the police department, what kind of effect that has on assessed values. Now, Mr. Gross talked about how perhaps we could limit the amount of effect that the assessed values or these tax appeals may have, and we could play around with the numbers and truly adjust the shadow tax that you talk about. He talked about how to go about doing that, but that also has long-term effects, because it means that we have to cut services, such as what we did in 2010. That people are going to worry about safety. We're going to worry about capital improvements. We're going to worry about the services that maintain the real estate values in our municipality long term. So what decisions that we make now can have an ultimate effect in what you call the shadow tax rate. So my point to you is, if you're going to worry about the tax rate, we worry about the tax levy. But if you're going to worry about the tax rate, always think about, when you vote for a policy decision, always think about how your decisions are affecting the assessed values and the property values in West Orange, because that's what affects the tax rate. Today, we're approving a 0% tax increase on the tax levy. We're not raising taxes. We can't control assessed values and how that's reapportioned. Some people go up, some people go down. We can't affect it, but what we can do is we can try to make sure that we maintain the quality services that will maintain the West Orange real estate market. So my suggestion to you is, in the future going forward, always think about how all these cuts that you're always proposing, all these issues that you always want to address, have an effect on your shadow tax rate, on your the issue that you spoke about today. That's my recommendation. Thank you, Council President.
If I could, Council President. Thank you very much for your suggestion and your recommendation. Again, I just want to address this issue because it keeps coming up. I have not suggested cutting the shuttle. We're almost to a majority of people on the council tonight who have said that. I haven't suggested cutting the shuttle. I can't be any clearer than that. I'll just stop correcting people. But that's not what I'm doing. I'm just trying to find out what the cost of the service is, and then we can make an informed decision about that, whether that's something that we want to do. That's all.
Thank you.
Councilman, you keep saying that you're not, at least I never said that. No one said that you're looking to cancel the shuttle, but you've made references to, you want all of this data, and we even said at the last council meeting, your four colleagues, it doesn't matter what numbers came in front of us, we were not in favor, but you have made references to
charging, not cutting.
You're leading to charging for the shuttle. You did say that. You wanted to look at other towns and possibly charge for this service.
Right. And that's why we asked for the numbers.
Which is different from cutting.
Right. I never
it's
said you
different
cut
from
it.
canceling.
I never
It's
said you wanted to
different
cut
from
it. But you are looking at numbers to possibly charge the residents. Correct?
Yes,
To offset
that
the
is correct.
expenses, yes.
That is correct.
And myself and my three colleagues all made it very clear that even if we were shown that it would generate income, we would not be I would not be in favor of that because of what I said at the last meeting, and I'll say it again. It's an amenity. It's like a little plus to the high taxes that people pay to live in this town. And I do believe that it is a real estate draw. And I'll go back to a lot of things that have been said tonight, but for $483,000 to cut, if I understood Mr. Gross right, or Mr. Sayers, said about a $20 per household savings. I don't think there is a resident, whether they're struggling or not, that's going to look to save $20 and give up some kind of service for $20 and have to cut wherever you want to find that $483,000 that you're referring to, or 400, whatever you said, $20 a household? Come on.
Okay, colleague.
If I could. Let me ask you, Councilwoman, how high would the cost of any services, just, we're talking about the Jitney service, if it cost $1 million, if it cost $5 million, if it cost $10 million, at what point would it be so large that you would consider doing something to try to cut that cost that's being paid by all the
Okay, you know
taxpayers?
what, this is just hypothetical. I would like to bring us back to what is in front of us. Joe, we appreciate all of these numbers. This is all about the tax rate. The tax rate. What is in front of us tonight is a resolution to adopt the 2014 municipal budget on our spending and operating expenses. There is a 0% increase in this municipal budget. Your tax rate numbers do show that, but that is not what we're voting on this evening. So I would like to make a motion at this point to adopt Resolution 84-14 to adopt the 2000 municipal budget with a 0% increase in this municipal levy.
Second.
Madam Clerk.
Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
No.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. I'm not ready to go back to 2010, laying people off, cutting services, if what is presented to us right now is at 0%. Something to think about during your next few months. We have a resolution about
Special appropriation, right?
We have to close
We get what?
we have to close the session.
We have an executive session supposed to do.
We can do that at the end. Okay. John, Resolution 8714 about the authorizing the special emergency appropriation. I think we definitely would like to go out of order because we do have to go into executive session for the Resolution 8614. So I would like to do that later and get to what we have right now. The emergency appropriation, if you can explain.
This is a resolution to appropriate monies through a special emergency to finance the extraordinary cost of fighting the storms this winter in the township of West Orange. We've spent for this season somewhere in the area of $800,000 in expenses, whether it be hauling snow, salt, for extra plowing. We're basically looking to absorb about $200,000 of that in our budget, and then to finance $600,000 of that over the next 5 years. Because of the extraordinary nature of the response this year, this will allow the taxpayers, instead of being hit with it all in 1 year, to spread it out over a 5 year.
Okay, we've done that before. Did you pull this?
Yeah, I'm sorry, my computer just crashed, so while I'm waiting for the questions and comments to come up, one of the concerns I have, Mr. Gross, I've been asking about this for, I don't know, probably more than a month, maybe a couple of months, is I want to understand better how it is that we can be spending, $600,000 and the council hasn't been asked to approve it, the expenditures, and the council hasn't been asked to review the contracts.
The state of New Jersey has a very robust procurement policy. The local public contracting laws calls for requirements of what has to come before council or what the administration can spend within its own authority based on the budget. Within the local public contract law, there is specific language that talks about what happens in the state of an emergency. In a state of an emergency, when decisions have to be made in a relatively short period of time, there is an exemption. There is what's called basically emergency purchasing, and under which case the rules that have been established for bidding and things of that nature are waived because of the nature of protecting the health, safety, and welfare of residents. So when that occurs, you don't call a special meeting of the council. The mayor and the administration act, and as part of that action, we've made decisions on an emergency basis to make purchases. Now the question is how you're going to pay for that, and that that can be done a number of ways. This is the way that we think that needs to be done. Otherwise, the only other option is to spend this out of our reserves, which would erase that money from surplus, which would make it not available next year for tax relief, and would have a negative impact on our bond rating. So we definitely do not recommend that. So this does not come before the council because, quite frankly, these are decisions that had to be made within hours, not within days, not within weeks, but had to be made within hours. And that's why the decisions were made and the purchases were made, were taken, and the services were provided in order to protect the health, welfare, and safety of our residents.
Right, that's not really what I asked. Why is it that now that it's May and these expenditures were starting to be incurred months ago, why can't we see the contracts? Why?
Well, they're not contracts. They're not contracts. I mean,
your spreadsheet
in a situation. Well, in my spreadsheet, yes, there are state contracts. Well, there's state contracts. If you'd like to see the state contracts,
actually, let me just say one thing. $242,301 of that expense were done by state contractors and also by bidding process. The emergency appropriation is technically $357,000. That's the additional monies that we spent during the snowstorms to bring in extra snow plowers and trucks to move snow so that the citizens can move around town.
I just want to be clear. I want to see the records of these procurements. We've spent $600,000. The council hasn't even looked at any of this. I just want to know.
Isn't that in the bill list, Council?
No, it's not on the bill list.
The bills haven't been paid?
They haven't been paid. We just got them.
So you'll see them on the bill list.
Yeah, you will.
Absolutely. I would really like to know how much we paid for these services. I have no idea.
It's outlined.
But I have no idea whether this is for 2 hours work or for 2,000 hours work. I don't know anything about.
What does it matter? They have to be paid.
Well, Councilman Spangler, if I could just answer a question. We on the council have a fiduciary responsibility to review the spending in town, and whether the specific law requires you not to bring it to the council or not, I really think that it's $600,000 that we should review.
It was in a state of emergency.
I understand the confusion.
I'm not arguing with that.
What we're asking you tonight is to approve the appropriation, not to pay the bills. When it comes time to pay the bills, then within the bills, within paying those bills, within that will be the justification of all the times worked and all those types of things will be within the bills. So that's what we're talking about tonight is doing the emergency appropriation so that when we do pay the bills, it does not come out of surplus. I mean that's the where we are right now. So this is you have a fiduciary responsibility to review the bills, to make sure that all the bills are appropriate, that they meet the standards. Absolutely. But what we're asking you tonight is for an appropriation so that we can finance these over a 5-year period, so that the taxpayer doesn't take the brunt of it all this year. Now, and when we present them on a bills list, if you have a question about the bill, you want to see see them, you want justification as to why to pay the bills, absolutely we'll be prepared with line and documentation to do that. But that's not what we're asking tonight.
Right. What I'm asking for, you just said you have the bills. Can I see the bills, please? I want to see the bills.
Absolutely.
$600,000, I want to see the bills.
We will present them on the bills list, absolutely.
You have the bills.
I don't have them here tonight.
Okay, you have the bills in this building, but
Not
that
necessarily.
I want to review, and you're saying, no, I can't review them?
They're not necessarily in this building. I mean, they might be at the DPW. I mean, they're,
Councilman,
This is
wait,
appropriating money.
I need to say
Okay, I'm
something.
sorry.
There's a process on how this works, and you need to understand that process, okay? The state allows us to do certain things in extraordinary circumstances. Now, if you don't think that this winter was extraordinary, then I don't know what you would be thinking, number one. Number two, there's a process, and that process is that we can hire additional contractors to come in here and do the work so that we can provide the health, safety, and welfare of the public. That's what we did. We now got the bills, and we are now asking you to approve an appropriation to bond the cost of those bills. Once you do that, we will get those bills and submit them to you on the bills list, which is the procedure, and then you get to review the bills. If you don't like the bills and you don't like the way they happened, then you can vote no. You don't have to approve it. That's the process. You need to understand there's a process that we have to go through. And that's what we're doing. We're going through that process right now. And when you review the bills, if you have questions about the bills, or you don't want to pay the bills, or you want to meet with the contractors and talk to them about their bills, you can do that before you approve it or disapprove it. But that's the procedure and the process, and that's what we have to follow. And that's what we're doing here this evening.
Okay.
I had a couple other questions too.
On this particular...
Yes.
Can I ask a question while the councilman prepares?
Councilman Strillo?
There's language in there that says, or to be incurred, so the aggregate hasn't added to that amount yet? on
We're
the
well
bills?
over it. I mean,
I'm sorry?
We're well over. That's a standard resolution.
Oh, it's just a standard resolution, so you want
It's
to...
600,000 is 600,000.
Yeah.
We're well, because we're already at 800,000.
Now, as far as the vendors that perform the service, they're already chosen vendors from the vendors list that we have?
Not necessarily. I mean,
Right,
you know,
'cause
in
you
an
might
emergency
not- you might
circumstance,
need
you know,
extras.
when you need people to plow, who's available to plow? I mean, and by the way, we're not the only ones vying for that service. Everybody, you know, so you're picking up anybody and everybody you can get.
Right.
But understand, the majority of that money was paid to haul the snow out because there was so much snow over a short period of time, we had no place to put it. Obviously, as you see with what happened up on Mount Pleasant Avenue and every place else, that snow had to be removed off those streets or people couldn't function.
Ready, Council?
Yeah, if I could, thank you. I just wanted to get a better idea of what other forms of potential borrowing that we have outstanding based upon this. It looks like from this that you were suggesting that we authorize $600,000, we borrow it over 5 years and pay it back in equal amounts. I'm trying to get again, we've you know, with this other bond ordinance, we could be close to $71 million, and I think that would exclude this. This would be in addition to the nearly $71 million in our outstanding and authorized debt. And I'm trying to get a feel for it. Remember when I was talking about I want to see what's sort of coming down the pike so it could give me a feeling for how we want to work this. I just recall two other of these type of borrowings, or at least authorizations to borrow, that are either pending or whatever, and I just want to make sure that I understand that. In January, we authorized $1 million for emergency temporary appropriations. What's the...
Everything that this council has authorized, you're all aware of, you know, because you authorized it. So, you know, I think your question is there anything above and beyond that? And the answer in terms of tax appeals, you know, I think I've mentioned to the council several times, for instance, even though we may be, I think we're now at $1.5 million, for tax appeals, because it was a subsequent resolution that you approved, that we're looking at probably somewhere in the area of similar to last year, that we may reach $3.5 million in terms of tax appeals. Hopefully this will be the last year of such size, but we may have that. During the budget process, we had a specific conversation about employees' accrued time payouts, that there's no money budgeted for that, and those will have to be bonded this year as we did last year. And other than that, while I can't predict the future, I don't know what storms are going to be in November and December, and have no idea, what we don't know. There's nothing else that there's nothing I'm aware of that we've not discussed with council before.
Okay. So we got the tax appeals. We're at $1.5 million now. It might go up to as much as $3.5 million. We hope it doesn't, but it could. And that would be something we'd have to borrow. Okay. So then you talked about the accrued time. Do you have any clarity on what the accrued time might be?
Last year was $1.2 million. I mean, we just don't know the answer to that yet. Once certainly by the time we get to the beginning of July, we have a pretty good sense we certainly know who's left, and we know what. We probably have an idea of who's leaving for the rest of the year, so we'll probably be here in the summer with that ordinance.
Okay. Now, the $1 million that we authorized in January, what's the prospect?
$1.5 million now, because remember there was another resolution.
Okay.
I'm sure it was $1.5 million.
So now it's $1.5 million. Okay.
Yeah, that's of the $3.5 million we talked about for tax bills.
Okay.
That's all part of that tax bills.
Okay. So then last year in November, is that the beginning of it, where the council authorized up to $3.5 million for successful tax?
Last year, as you will recall, council approved an ordinance and also had several resolutions during the year, like we did this year. We started with $1 million, we went to $1.5 million this year. Last year we started, I think, at $500,000, and we quickly got up to $3.5 million. With probably 3 or 4 resolutions during the year, which culminated in finally an ordinance. Once we knew what the final numbers were that we would do an ordinance at the end of the year. This year will be no different than that. We started off with $1 million. We went to $1.5 million, I think February or March. We had quite a discussion about that here, and then we'll be back, I'm sure, with more. And like I said, we anticipate it could get as high as another $3.5 million. Hope not, but it could be. So those are all the building blocks to that ordinance. Remember, we can't, we can assume debt in 2 different ways. An emergency, a special emergency like we did tonight, we do short-term debt. And remember, that's 5-year debt. It's going to be bond anticipation notes right now, and have been historically over the past few years, averaging around 0.5%. Not really expensive money. But that's only, it has a limited life. Same thing with the tax appeals, but that's a formal ordinance. So, these are the markers, if you will, to help you with figuring out where we're going in terms of the debt.
Okay, one more question. The supplemental debt statement, if we approve the big bond ordinances this tonight, gets us up to almost $71 million. Are you familiar enough with the history of the town's debt? Have we ever been this high before?
I don't know the answer to that. I know as towns go, it's a relatively low number. It's a little over 1%. You're allowed up to 3.5%. 1% is a very, very respectable number, in my opinion.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Anything else? This is on Resolution 8714, authorizing a special emergency appropriation. Is there a motion?
Is there a motion to approve Resolution 8714?
So moved.
Second?
Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
No.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes.
Can I ask a follow-up question? If we don't undertake this process, I know the councilman voted no. If we don't undertake this process of pursuing this manner of paying, of funding these bills, what are the options?
You're paying it all this year.
So that would be
Raising taxes.
We do an emergency appropriation, which would come out of surplus. That would be $600,000 less than we would have to apply to taxes as tax relief next year. It would reduce our surplus, year-end surplus, so that when we looked at our bond rating next year, it would have a negative impact on that bond rating.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There you go. Can we go out of order and do the ordinances first, because there are people here related to that? Okay. We'll save the executive session for the end. Okay. So we're going to move on to ordinances on second and final reading. The first one is 2407-14, bond ordinance authorizing various capital improvements for the township, appropriating $6,999,638 in the issuance of $6,649,656 in bonds or note. Is there a motion to introduce on second reading?
So moved.
Second.
Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
No.
Councilwoman Spando?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. Okay. Any comments from the public on capital improvement?
This is it.
This is it, Mark.
This is it.
Showtime.
Better up.
Okay, you still need my name and address?
Yes.
It's Mark Meyerowitz and 19 Howell Drive. And this question is not a personal affront to anybody, so please nobody get excited. On page 9, you have, or whatever, sanitary sewer reconstruction on Ashland Avenue for $175,000. Now, Ashland Avenue is also part of the Prism redevelopment district. So if my memory serves me correctly, part of the bond issue, the $6 million bond issue that goes to, that you're doing with the redevelopment project is also on Ashland. So is this, what's the difference in what's the money being used for compared to the other money?
This is 300 feet of sanitary sewer that's collapsed that we need to replace.
That's collapsed? Uh-huh. Is that
And
by
Mark,
the-
Ashland Avenue runs from White Street all the way out to Lakeside Avenue. So
Yeah.
it's
So
not
it's
just...
not by Prism?
It's not.
This section by, between White Street and Park Avenue. It's the one-way section off the Mount Pleasant Avenue.
So it has nothing to do with...
Has nothing to do with
It's the other side.
Okay. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Yes?
Let's see the next question.
Claire Silvestri, 20 Grandview Avenue. I'm glad Mr. Lepore has come to the front of the room because I have a question about, in this bond ordinance, it includes road work for Nestro Road and Mayfair Drive. And as you may recall, I came up about almost exactly a year ago today to ask questions about Resolution 8513, which was a change order to professional services for the Mayfair sewer, storm sewer improvement project. That was a multi-million-dollar project. And last year, the council was asked to approve a change order of $94,000 for professional services to do provide inspection and project management services for expanded street improvements. I apologize, it's the hour's late. Anyway, at that time I asked questions about what additional road improvements those were, and I believe Mr. Lepore told us that it was Nestro Road, Midrow Road, and portions of Mayfair Drive that the town was hoping to use remainder money from the loan and the grant from the state DEP to do curb and paving work. And at the time, the council approved this change order, and Mr. Lepore suggested that he would come back to ask for, as Mr. Gross mentioned earlier about the appropriations ordinance, to actually do the road work. I don't ever recall that the township came back to the council for those appropriation ordinances, and I was just curious whether the town was able to use, I believe it was somewhere in the neighborhood to $300,000, $400,000 that was remaining on this grant loan to do actually do the roadway improvements. So now I see that in this bond ordinance that's up for approval tonight, Nestro Road and Mayfair Drive in this bond ordinance. The other interesting thing was I was visiting my father up in that end of town today, so I thought I'd take a drive through these roads, and I looked and I saw that actually Midrow and portions of Nestro Road have already had curbs done and road milling to do some road work. So I'm really curious why, you know, Nestro's on here for future bond for capital improvements when this is before appropriation. So it appears as if work's being done. How was that approved? And so anyway, I know I've asked a bunch of questions. Perhaps Mr. Lepore can explain what's actually going on up there. Thank you.
Thank you.
The portion of Nestro Road that is in this capital financing budget is for a section that was really outside the project limits. It's the small stem of Nestro Avenue that starts at Pleasant Valley Way and then proceeds to the circle of Nestro Road. The monies that we're asking for both Mayfair Drive and Nestro Road are those that go beyond the monies that we had available by contract for the improvement of the Mayfair district with storm and sanitary sewers.
Councilman.
So where did the money come for the work that's, I guess, has been done and is, I'm not clear, is being done?
That's within the contract for Sugar Property Services that simply has not been expended. I think there was approximately $1.35 million in the contract. I think the expenditure to date, or as of last fall, was about $1.1 million. Round numbers. I don't have the exact number, but somewhere in that ballpark.
Will any of this money go to finish that work that may not be done under the existing contract?
No. This is all going to be separate contracts for Mayfair Drive.
Thank you.
Any other comments? Yes.
Rosary Borelli, Ralph Road. I went through these 10 pages, and I have some questions. The new roof on the police building, do we have, I don't know how old that could be. Seems like it's not that old. I don't know what the lifespan is of a roof, but do we have a warranty on the shingles, and has that been exceeded, and do we have a guarantee from the roofer, and has that time been exceeded before we pay for this? We might have recourse. Okay, upgrading the PCs to Windows 7 is okay because Microsoft stopped supporting XP. You have here it's printed is so small, time management software and equipment, and you also have technology, hardware and software, and this is for the to continue to move the township's government initiatives toward the new area, including virtual private networking, online e-forms, and online services. Are these connected, and what does that actually mean? Getting to the OSHA compliance for the asbestos remediation, do we have documentation on exactly where this is being removed, there should be something in place. We have policy, we should be following it. I'd like to see how we're complying with it. Well, Mark covered the sewers. I did walk that area with him, and I'm happy to hear that it's not the PRISM section with the sewers. But I did get an education on sanitary sewers and the other kind of sewers. Thank you.
Say. John, do you want
Yeah, so
to?
on
You
the-
can. I mean, we talked about the E.
The PDs, it's a 20-year roof. I mean, the condition is bad in terms of, I'm not aware of any warranties that are left on it. Lenny, can you address that?
Not at this,
For 20 years, yeah.
Usually the average is 15 years.
Yeah, this is a little, and these are flat roofs, mostly they're flat roofs, and those usually do not carry the same warranty.
No, they don't.
As far as time management is concerned, basically, this is a system to actually help manage our employee staff time. It's our largest investment, and you know this right now we're still as great strides as we've made over the last year and a half with IT. We're still doing a lot of things manually by hand, including managing employees' time. So we need to implement a system that will allow us to really not just manage their time, not just manage the time in terms of when they're here and when they're not, but also look at what their assignments are when they're here, so that we can actually start doing some cost analysis of what it really costs us to perform certain functions. So it's really a valuable tool for us, and it's our largest single investment, and this is really a small amount of money to manage that investment. As far as e-governance, look, I mean, we've made great strides, but we're the tip of the iceberg in terms of technology that we need in order to effectively run this township in the coming years with all the budget constraints that we're going to have. We're going to need to be able to do things more efficiently, and the way to do that, where business has had it over government for a long, long time, is really up-to-date, top-notch technology and electronics to allow us to come to great efficiency and to do more with less, which is our mantra. So there's a lot of that in here, and we're looking forward to moving forward and really doing some great things, and again, create efficiencies that will more than pay for what we're going to do. And when we come back with major projects to you, we're going to come back with a cost analysis and cost-benefit analysis, so you'll see what the benefit of doing this work is. As far as the asbestos, I'll let Lenny address what documentation we may have on, our this particular appropriation.
Currently, we're preparing asbestos management plans as we're required by POSHA to do in the Department of Health. I expect, based on the age of the firehouses in our first aid squad building, which is where we're required to do it at this time, that we're going to find some asbestos-containing materials in them, and we'll have to remediate it. If we find there aren't any, then this is monies we're not going to have to use, but I'll probably know within the next 4 to 6 weeks.
Can I just ask a quick question about Ashland Avenue and White? When you say the sewer main has collapsed, what exactly does that mean? Where's the sewer going?
It's managing to still find its way through whatever remnants of the pipe that are there, but it's so deteriorated that it needs to be replaced.
Has the road collapsed?
No, it has not.
Which, by the way, means with water runoff, all that's going into our sewer system, and we're paying for the treatment of water running into the sewers. Regular rainwater, which we shouldn't be doing. So that's a cost as well to us. Yeah, stormwater.
It's also, Mr. Lepore, is it also representing a health hazard?
I'm not aware that it is, because it's the sewage is finding its way.
It's finding its way
through the opening that has been left by the collapsed pipe.
Okay. Any other questions? Make a motion to approve ordinance 2407-14.
I'm sorry, I missed that. I thought you were asking for the public comment. I do have some questions about some of these projects, if I could, Council President. Mr. Gross, I just wanted to ask a couple of follow-up questions to some of the responses you gave me earlier about this. Thank you. In the first line of the budget projects, it says amount requested $150,000 and amount approved $200,000. And I was trying to get an understanding of the request from the Public Works Department was for $150,000, but the administration says that we need $200,000?
In any of the situations where we looked at it, it may have come from Public Works, it may have been an initial number that we put in there and then decided that perhaps, looking at what the total values of all of our properties and our facilities are, and the conditions, that we then came back and thought that maybe we should up it a little bit more, and that's what happened in that particular one. So that is, and I think as I indicated in that fund, that with the number of facilities that we have, it wouldn't take long to eat up $150,000 if you had, a serious HVAC breakdown in a major building, and others. So we thought that $200,000, and then now next year if we come back and we've only spent 100, we may only ask for 100 next year, because if we think that 200,000 is where we need to maintain in order to run things with the township. And then after we have we have a little bit of experience with that from last year, so we think that $200,000 is perhaps the right level for us to try to maintain. So it's if nothing, kind of like a sinking fund, if you will, where we put the money aside, and then we have it when we need it.
Okay. The next three items, the polycade barricades with flashing lights, the 250 traffic cones, and the 100 A-frame barricades, they don't have a useful life listed, and I'm wondering about that. You said the useful life is determined by bond counsel. In these cases, I relied on his expertise and did not make a recommendation. What does that mean?
I think pretty much what it says. In other words, when we looked at it, when we got the request from the department, they did not put a useful life on it. When I looked at it, I said, I'm not sure myself. So I left it alone, and ultimately, I mean, we make suggestions. Some of us, many of us are expert enough to know what the useful life of certain things are, and if we don't know, then we obviously rely on bond counsel to fill in that gap for us.
Okay.
So.
And I had also asked you about, what's the minimum useful life that would qualify for capital expenditures, and you said no local unit, you're quoting a state law that says no local unit shall authorize obligations for any improvement or purpose having a period of useful life of less than 5 years.
I can't add anything to that.
Okay, so you're confident that those three items, the traffic cones and the barricades, they have useful
Not
life?
only am I confident of that, the bond counsel who represents us in terms of all of our bond transactions, who has to represent in a opinion letter that the ordinances that are adopted are within the statutory authorizations. So
okay.
I'm more comfortable with that than I'm in my opinion.
Okay. Said the building roof, the police building roof is 20 years old, but you don't know what the repairs were. Have there been repairs?
Yeah, you just sent this to us yesterday.
Yes.
So we weren't able to do that kind of research.
Okay.
We don't have the technology yet to monitor that. We will hopefully in the future.
I wanted to just clarify something on the request to purchase 2 buses for $62,500. And you said, well, we purchased 4 buses, new buses in 2013. We still have 4 other older buses that are part of our fleet, which should be replaced over the next 4 years.
Yeah, the original request was for 2. If it still says 2, that we pushed one of the buses off to a future year. of the two that we requested. We're only requesting funds for one bus, but you know, we do need a vehicle replacement program. We did buy 4, but they were in horrific condition that we replaced. We still have 4 more that are not in great shape, and as a matter of a vehicle replacement program, we think that buying one this year makes sense.
Okay. The request includes 2 police motorcycles, and I think we've recently purchased 2, haven't we? One with what drug forfeiture. Thank you, Chief.
It's drug forfeiture funds.
Right.
Purchase
I'm not
with it.
aware of when that was. That was, I think, before.
Right.
Right.
It was not bought at tax dollars.
Right. Well, when was that, Chief?
Last year.
Yeah, I think it was like the middle of last year, because it came before the council, because that's the only reason I know about it.
About a year ago.
So I was driving by the property that we own, we just recently acquired down on Mitchell, and I could see 3 police motorcycles through the glass window in the garage. Are those not used? Are they not serviceable, or what's?
Well, I'll defer to the chief on their condition. I mean, the police department did ask for 2 additional this year, and we believe that, you know, in terms of their usage, that they're required. I'll let the chief address that.
Yeah, the other 2 are...
Chief, please come to the microphone.
The other 2 are pretty outdated. You know, we were able to get one right away through forfeiture, and we budgeted the following 2 for capital. They're used all the time, especially with funeral escorts to get them throughout town. But we use them even patrol, radar. They're a police vehicle.
Okay, thank you. I wanted to ask you about the public safety answering point equipment upgrade. I'm trying to find the numbers. This 10-page stack, I can't find. Does anybody know what page it's on? Because what we're doing is we're asking for money for a bridge temporarily, when we already know what the final cost is. It's actually in the...
Well, there's approximately $350,000. Quite frankly, we want to take another year to look at this. We found a bridge because, you know, we basically were being told that we had no choice and felt that perhaps we did have a choice. So we looked and found that there was a way to bridge that so that we can look and see what our real needs are, as opposed to just running into a purchase without really doing what I think, you know, our proper due diligence on it. So for this year, we think that it makes sense, because we want to make sure whatever we do is going to have to last us for the next 10 to 15 years. And with the changes that are happening in the communication industry, we want to make sure that whatever we're buying, that we're buying the correct. Now, how many other vendors there are out there, it's still unclear to us whether, you know, what's available to us, what's going to, because the vendor that was maintaining it, which was Verizon, has said, no, we're not going to do this anymore. So it's, you know, they're pushing us to one particular vendor. We want to make sure that when we procure, that we do the proper investigation and get this right.
And how long is this going to take?
Well, I think the process, that's the other part of the process. I mean, we would have to make, if we were going to make a switch, we would have to be doing it now, because there's training involved, there's the installation and the purchase, the procurement, the installation, and the training. So we just think that we need more time.
Okay, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear. How much is the process do you think is going to take to determine what piece of equipment that you want long-term? It just seems to me if we've identified the need, that we need to know that information, why don't we make that a priority, get it done, and we can save ourselves $50,000?
Well, I don't think we can get it done between now and then. If we would have to make the decision right now to go in the other direction to accomplish that. So, you know, in terms of actually doing the research on it, we're talking, you know, months to actually get it done and research and see what's available out there and go through a procurement, you know, developing the procurement. Right now, we're being asked, and, you know, quite frankly, I don't know how many times we've been before the council, and the council said, hey, you know, how many vendors are you looking at? Well, you know, we want to make sure that we're looking at all the vendors. And so, while it's going to cost us some money to do that, perhaps in the long run, it's going to save us money, or perhaps in the long run, we're going to get better service than we might if we just go with where we're being pushed. When a vendor's trying to push me into something, my initial reaction is, wait a minute, I want to make sure, why am I being pushed to do this? It may very well be that they're the best game in town, and we may come back to you and say, you know what, we did this bridge, or the bridge may work. Maybe to the point that this is being forced. How many other municipalities are going to have to do the other thing? How many other people are there? Other businesses going to get into this market? There's just it's a time of flux right now to lock ourselves in for the next 10 to 15 years without really seeing what's out there under the gun. It doesn't make sense to me.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm reading this wrong. This says that Verizon won't support the system after 2014. So right now, as we're looking at it, we got 7 months to decide on something.
That's correct.
And 7 months is not going to be enough?
We need 7 months right now to pull the trigger to go to the next where Verizon wants us to go. We'd have to be before you tonight or next week with a contract to get the procurement done, to get the actual contract, to get the equipment in, and get the training. And we need months of training. It's not like December 31 we just go, okay, you guys take over now. I mean, there are going to be months of training to get this right. I mean, this is a whole new system.
Right. And how long have we known that they're not going to support it? How long do we know that we're going to have to get it?
My understanding is it's pretty quick that this has come up, which is another reason. And see, it just didn't make sense to me. It didn't make sense to me that all of a sudden we're not going to do it, and every municipality that uses Verizon, I don't know how many there are out of 565 municipalities, but there's got to be 100. I mean, all of them are going to have to shift. Could this new company even service us? If everybody makes a switch, a lot just didn't make sense to me. So I kind of pushed the envelope to say, let's look at what our other options are for one more year to see really what's going on here. And again, maybe my instincts are wrong, but my instinct is when you're being pushed to do something. I know if I was pushing this council to do something like that, your instinct would be, hey, wait, why are you doing this to me? I'm concerned about it. So we'll be back to you.
Okay. So I wanted to ask you about, if I did my math correctly, we're suggesting to buy over $100,000 worth of PCs. And much of that the justification for much of that is the new HIPAA law. And I went back and forth with you about this issue because the HIPAA law, as you probably are familiar, only says you have to have operating software that can be updated with patches and security. That it's a security issue.
Absolutely.
And yet in this, we've got requests to actually buy totally new equipment. And you came back and said, well, once we get this approval, then we're going to go in and look at whether we can just change some of the PCs out with just the software, which would be, of course, much cheaper. And I don't understand, why don't we just make that as the process, that we're just going to price everything to change the software? I mean,
well, again,
the HIPAA law took effect last month. If we're not HIPAA compliant, we're not going to be.
To answer your question, we've gone through, we've done analysis on our PCs. We think that there are some that we can do that with. Some of them are just old and they're already sluggish, and we start putting new software, the new software, it's just going to slow them down. I mean, or blow them up. I went in tonight to ask Ann to look up something for me, and it took her about 11 or 12 minutes just to boot up the computer. So part of that is because we have a lot of stock that's really old. Part of it is that we don't have the right equipment because of the software. As you well know, the new software is much more demanding than on the equipment, but yet we're still trying to run it. We're looking at it. We think that there are some of our units that we can do that with. The vast majority, we think we do have to complete. And with our network requirements, it's not just as simple as just buying a computer and popping it in. We actually have to have somebody come in and do the conversions and move all the files. And so it does cost us somewhere probably for a full boat, probably somewhere around $1,500 per conversion. So it's what it takes us now. We're going to spend as little of that money as we possibly can. But, you know, there's also, if we have monies left over on that, you know, part of a desktop setup, maybe some of the peripherals, we'll see. We just don't know at this point in time. We're requesting the funds to have it. Again, if we don't spend it next year when we come back and we have a surplus of $50,000 because we didn't spend it, then we're not going to ask you for another $100,000. We're going to say, okay, this is what we spent, this is what we needed, and this is what we spent it on. And, you know, this is, next year when we come back to capital, we'll be looking at different numbers.
Several times in the email, when we were talking about the really big numbers, the 150,000, 200,000, I was asking for what are the specific projects that you think are going to be that. And in most cases, and maybe all of them, I can't remember, you said that's just for what might happen in the future.
Well,
Right?
certainly,
There were no
certainly not everything. There are a number of things.
Right.
Facilities, indoor facilities,
understand.
outdoor facilities, IT. I'm trying to think if there's others than that. I think that's the vast majority of it. Is that. We're in a growing stage in IT, so it's very difficult for us to project exactly what our needs are going to be. Plus, you know, as much we're going to try to maintain the other equipment that we have, printers and other such. You know, there in many cases we're struggling along. So we're not going to run out and buy it, but we need to have funds available for us when they do. So it is a matter of trying to, again, try to create a little bit, you know, some of a sinking fund, if you will, so that we can now start from a planning perspective and not have to worry about next year if you know if we have come upon a need in November that we need to make sure we maintain efficiency, that we have the funds available to do that and not have to, you know, wait for the next tranche of capital, and which may or may not occur. I mean, we've gone 3 years without a capital. That's the other. We're a little gun shy. You know, I think from a perspective, we don't want to see us go another 3 years without a capital program, but we don't know what next year's budget's going to come.
Right.
So,
The reason I ask is because I feel a little uncomfortable authorizing hundreds of thousands of dollars in bonding when we don't have specific projects. And my question to you would be, why don't we wait till we have the specific projects, bring them to us, and get authorized then? When you have,
yeah, but what about the efficiency? Well, you know, when an HVAC system blows, we're going to have to go out and do that.
right?
You know, I mean, you know, if
And wouldn't you just come to the council? I'm sorry to cut you short.
It takes, what's it take to do a bond ordinance? We have to do a reading, we have to come with a reading, a second reading, and then 20 days. We're 8 weeks out. You know, and you know, you got to go through that process. It takes 6 weeks to come to you for something like this. So every time we had a project, not to mention the additional cost of advertising, you know, 20 bond ordinances as opposed to one. I mean, you know, doing it this way is going to save transaction costs, and it's going to create efficiencies where we never had it before, because we can make real-time decisions about what we need to do and not tell staff, well, geez, that's really a great idea. I'll get back to you in 8 weeks. That's not the way we need to run this business.
Okay, thank you. I just, like I said, I'm concerned at our debt levels, and, you know, you talk about what the bond agencies are going to be looking at if we took $200,000 or whatever that number was, $600,000. I'm just concerned that they're also going to look at this long-term debt and the way our debt service is increasing and feel the same way. So anyway, I'll just end my questions and we can go to a vote. Council President.
Going to make a motion. Any other comment? No. Motion to approve ordinance 2407-14, the issuance of bonds. Make a motion to approve.
Second.
Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
No.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. Should make a list of what you want to eliminate on there. Okay. Bond ordinance 2408-14, authorizing the placement of bleachers at various fields at the high school, appropriating $60,000, therefore authorizing the issuance of $57,000 in bonds to finance part of the cost. Is there, make a motion to introduce on second and final reading.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
No.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. Any comment?
If I could, Council President, I've been trying for the last few weeks to try to find out exactly where these bleachers are over on the high school athletic fields, and I can't find out. So I'm glad Mr. Lepore's here. Maybe he can tell us where the bleachers are that we're doing the work on.
This would be to improve the bleachers, improve sight lines at the high school baseball field on the home side, which is the third base in left field side.
I'm sorry, Mr. Lepore, the new turf field or Degnan Park? The new turf field?
The baseball field, which is turf, yes.
Okay.
So when you say sight lines, what's the sight line worth? My son plays there all the time.
Getting complaints that spectators don't have a good view of the home plate area. What we're looking to do is place some higher bleachers, change some of the fencing that's there, lower some of the height, so that there's just a better view of home plate area in the infield area.
And do you know why the school isn't doing it itself? Why we're offering to do this?
That I don't know the answer to.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Lepore, does it present a safety issue?
No, it isn't. In this case, it's really a sight line and a visibility of the home plate. With so much fencing and looking through fencing at an angle, you just start to not have a good view of the home plate area.
By the spectators?
By the spectators.
Which we welcome. No comment. I make a motion to approve ordinance 2408-14.
Second.
Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
I said yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
No.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. Bond ordinance 2409-14 is the bond ordinance amending bond ordinance number 2358-12, which was adopted by the township on June 12, 2012. Is there a motion to introduce on second and final reading?
So moved.
Is there a
Is there
second?
Second.
Thank you.
Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
No.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. Any comments from the public on ordinance 2409-14?
There is one.
Yes.
Rosary Morelli, Ralph Road. I promise you this is my last trip up here. We were here on the 22nd, and people spoke about this. The ordinance that was originally passed on June 12th stated, bond ordinance providing quote, bond ordinance providing an appropriation of $4,184,305 for reconstruction of the sanitary and storm sewage systems and associated reconstruction and repaving of the roadways within the Llewellyn Park section of the township. When this was brought up, that we would now be paying, well, we're, I think, not going to pay the $50,000, but we're paying $500,000, we being the taxpayers who don't reside in the park. Mr. Sayers' comment was that this was town's responsibility to repair the sanitary sewers because they're a hazard and they're a danger or whatever else he described them as. So we have this responsibility. I have a couple of questions. Number one, if that's the case, when this ordinance was first adopted, and this comment was in there regarding the sanitary sewers. Was that an illegal adoption of this ordinance? Because if it was good then, it was going to be their responsibility then and not the townships and the local taxpayers. What changed? So I'm questioning that. Was that an invalid or illegal ordinance? Is there something wrong?
No, go ahead. No.
Oh, okay. Given that you all are going to vote on this tonight, Ms. Spango is kind of confused about what we being the people outside the park, are paying for. So I think maybe this needs to be explained a little more clearly if she had some confusion relative to the $50,000 and the $500,000. Now, is it legal to change this ordinance because now you think that the sanitary sewers should be included when they weren't originally? And to talk to the issue of Llewellyn Park residents or taxpayers. Well, in my opinion, Llewellyn Park is a private gated community. Anybody who lives in Llewellyn Park chooses to live there, and they know what goes along with it, the maintenance, their fees, and whatever. And that's their choice. And I feel it's not incumbent upon the people who do not reside within those gates to pay for their infrastructure or whatever else is done there. My understanding is that perhaps in talking to various people, that the board of Llewellyn Park may have borrowed money in violation of the law. Can our attorney talk on that? Thank you.
Are there any other comments on this ordinance?
No.
No? Are there any other comments on this ordinance now? At this time, are there any other comments on this ordinance?
No.
Close it. Council President, I can address that.
Please, thank you.
That issue. Actually, we had many conversations with council on the formation and the amendment of this ordinance. And under the special assessment law, it is, which you can have a special assessment for any type of improvement that impacts the health, welfare, and safety of the public on private property. And as part of that process, it is the decision of the governing body as to whether or not they want to pay a portion, all of an assessment, or 90% of the assessment, or something in between, or if the taxpayers themselves, or the property owners themselves, have to pay 100%. And that's a decision to be made by the governing body, which is why this is an amendment, because under this, since the original ordinance for the special assessment was for the property owners to pay the down payment of $500,000 and then pay $3.6 million over a period of time over the 30 years, to amend it to where the property owners are going to pay, instead of $500,000, $550,000, and that the township was going to pay $550,000 as well on top of the $3.6. That it was an amendment to the contract, so the total project now is $4.7 million, of which the property taxpayers, the township would be paying $550,000. The property owners would be paying the balance of that, of which $550,000 in cash is put up front, so leaving them with still the $3.6 to pay out over 30 years. But that is the town council's prerogative as to how to handle that, and in terms of what they feel is appropriate for this type of an improvement on private land that's going to be assessed.
Council President.
Oh, yes, sir, Council.
But why the change? I mean, this was put to us, and we voted on this, and Mrs. Morelli is correct. We voted on this, that the residents of Llewellyn Park were going to pay through an assessment on their property. What brought about us now putting in $500 and something thousand? Why?
Well, the scope of the project has increased based on what they found when they actually opened up the roadways. So there's additional work to be done.
Okay, but my next question then is, do we do this in, I know Llewellyn Park is a community, special, I understand that, but in other gated communities, are we responsible for this same work? Do we do it, or is the development responsible?
We have not done this before. Other communities are not as old as this community. So
but are we liable to do them in those communities? That's my question.
Does that open up the door? That's a legal question. I have to defer to legal on that.
Well,
a couple things. First of all, I think Mr. Gross's statement of the law is correct, but it's not something that generally we get involved in as the law department. This is a question for bond counsel, and I assume that Mr. Drakowitz, handled this because I wasn't even in the country at the time. And Mr. Drakowitz is a highly experienced bond counsel with the Gibbons firm, so I have to assume he was correct. I don't know myself exactly what the procedure is, but I would take his word for it.
but Jack, maybe you can answer. Are we responsible in other gated communities, or have we done this before?
When you ask are we responsible,
Is it the township's responsibility to fix sanitary sewers in a gated community the way they're asking us now to give $500,000 for
It's something
Llewellyn?
we're forced to do, if that's what you mean by responsible. It's not something we have to do, but we can choose to do it. We can provide the vehicle that we provided in this case to allow the residents of Llewellyn Park to pay over time for the sewer repairs and the associated, fixing of the roads that are broken up because of the sewer repairs. I can't speak to the addition of, I can't speak to the addition of additional funds with respect to this project because I wasn't presented with the facts and I didn't opine on it. So.
From that perspective, as it was described to me by Mr. Drakowitz, that it was the town council's prerogative, right, that this did not create some precedent that required you to do something in the future. Now, will this spring requests from other entities? Perhaps.
That's where I'm going.
Perhaps, and then the council will have to figure out how to deal with that.
Okay. And Lenny, you can elaborate on this because this is a discussion that we had already, that it is my understanding that the Llewellyn Park residents will be paying the bond back for the road improvements that we approved back in June. What has been discovered is that additional sewer work has to be done, and that sewer system, though Llewellyn Park is private, is integrated with public portion of our sewer system.
Certainly, all the sewage in Llewellyn Park exits Llewellyn Park. Most of it eventually finds its way into the sanitary sewer system that is along Main Street.
Right. So if we fund or bond this additional work that needs to get done to create the improvement for the sewer system, Llewellyn Park residents would still be responsible for their individual and their private hookups, and the township, we would be responsible for being integrated with the rest of the town.
Well, they're ultimately responsible for their entire sewer system. It is their sewer system. There are certain benefits of the work that can accrue to the township of West Orange by virtue of the fact that older sewers can leak and have water infiltrate into them. In the past week, as much as I don't like to broadcast some of the limitations of the sewers in Main Street, but for as long as I've been associated with the township during heavy rains, occasionally those sewers will flow full during heavy rains, and sometimes you'll see some bubbling out of a manhole. Well, one manhole did not do that in last week's rain, and I think some of that's attributable to some of the corrective work in Llewellyn Park. So I don't want to say that it's completely stopped, that it's gone away, but there was a noticeable change in one manhole along Main Street that for the first time I have not seen a condition during a heavy rainstorm. But again, this is not about them not paying for any of their sewer. I think when this project is done, if you were to approve this additional appropriation, they're still paying close to 2/3 to 70% of
Right.
the improvements to their sewer system, not paying, not asking the town to pay or the residents of the town outside Llewellyn Park to pay for some of the storm sewer and the road improvements that are associated with the utility improvements in the park.
And I'll just point out that it's in the township's interest, and Lenny touched on it, but the infiltration that comes from stormwater, to the extent that, we're not bubbling up now, presumably that's because of less infiltration, perhaps, that we're no longer treating, have to pay joint meeting to treat. So, I mean, we have an economic interest in seeing that the system is improved.
And I think it's important that, again, this be clearly defined as their sanitary sewer system, not other utilities, not other infrastructure. Yes, there is a concern. We do have probably 24 or plus private communities in town. Fortunately, most of them are fairly new, on the order of 30 to 35 years old. I don't think their sanitary sewer systems were constructed of the same clay pipe that was prevalent in Llewellyn Park. So I don't think we're going to see these types of requests, at least in the near and foreseeable future, from other private communities. Strictly because if you go forward and improve this, you're limiting it to sanitary sewer improvements only.
And is the system really 150 years old? There have not been improvements
I don't want to say it's
along the way?
150, but because most of the town hasn't been sewered, or wasn't sewered until the very, very late 1800s, when we became members of the joint meeting.
Okay.
Council President. Mr. Lepore, if the sanitary sewer system in front of my house failed, who pays for it?
The town would go in there and repair that.
Okay, so.
Not trying to change a conversation at all, but.
No, I'm not trying to change, I'm just saying is.
We talked about a sewer on Ashland Avenue.
Right.
If the council wanted to do that by a special assessment, they could conceivably authorize that improvement and assess those people who would benefit from that type of work as a special assessment.
I noted that in the 2012, you and I have spoken about this, 2012 initial bond ordinance specified a wide variety of work within the park. And with this new proposed ordinance it adds $600,000 to the project. The original project amount was $4.18 million. The new proposed one is $4.78 million. If I understand correctly, there has been no increase, no expansion of the projected work going on in the park. And I say that because if there was an expansion of the work, then I think the bond ordinance before us should have stated that and stated that had changed. So I'm just trying to get clear from you what's going on. It looks like it's just cost overruns.
Well, the original contract, and again, I can't remember the exact numbers, was for less than the amount appropriated in the bond. We did, or asked the council to authorize a change order to proceed to do some additional work within the park that was discovered as they proceeded with the improvements. I can't say specifically how much of this is an expansion of work, how much of this may have been caused by additional costs associated of doing work within the scope of the original contract. I know there are members of the Committee of Managers here, or there were at least members earlier in the evening. I believe the engineer who designed this for Llewellyn Park is still here. He may be, in the Committee of Managers, may be able to comment specifically how this additional appropriation would be used.
Okay, that would be fine here. I recall a change order for the project manager, but I don't recall an expansion of the work. It sounds like you have a better memory than I do.
I don't think I have a better memory, just maybe it's getting late in the evening. But no, there were two done, I want to say last summer for both, for that purpose.
So maybe one of them for the project management? the other
One was
for-
for the additional inspection costs, and the other was for additional, to appropriate the remainder of monies that were not used when the contract was awarded
okay.
for work.
So it wasn't an expansion of the appropriation?
It was not an expansion of the appropriation, but it was an authorization to use that appropriation.
Okay, okay. Could we just find out if the town, if the parks engineer is here, maybe we could just find out more about what the work is that's being
Carl
expanded,
Jenny is
please?
here.
Good evening, sir. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Carl Jenny. I'm the engineer that was hired by West Orange on behalf of Llewellyn Park for doing the construction inspection. I also did the design for Llewellyn Park directly before it became a project to be constructed under the auspices of West Orange. First question is, there's no expansion of work. What happened was we found that the conditions, specifically of the sewers, but even of some of the roads, the conditions were significantly different than our best guesses had been during the design. Major portion of that was that the utility companies, because the sewer system is so old, a lot of the utility company systems are so old. And in fact, Public Service Gas system wasn't their system. They acquired it, and they might have been the third owner for it. So when we got out there and started opening up the road, they marked where the utilities are, as did the water company, and we found that they showed a utility line crossing here. The contractor spends time digging slowly for it, doesn't find anything. Public service goes away, 20 foot down the road, we find a service that was not marked out. And public service is called out, the job is shut down. That happened consistently within the park because the records were poor. That resulted in us, instead of having a job where we were just gonna go from existing manhole to existing manhole, you think utility company, there aren't many houses there. They're gas lights, except they don't know where the old gas lights were that were taken out, and it was a lot of those pipes that we hit. You would think it'd be a simple replacement. You go from manhole to manhole in the same trench that the existing sewer pipe is in. Well, that wasn't the case because of the gas lines, some water lines. We also found that over time, where normally in a street you have a sewer line that's in what's called one lane, one area of the roadway, and then you have the water that's in a different area and the gas that's in a different area. The water and the gas were put like spaghetti over the top of the sewer lines. So what happened is we had numerous locations where we couldn't go from manhole to manhole without either relocating the gas or the water line or without shoring them up so that we could snake our new sewer line underneath. And therefore, we had to go through a test pit program. We ended up with 80 some odd test pits at about $60,000 or $80,000 alone for the test pits to locate when we got into a stretch where the utilities were. Because in many locations, we had to abandon a sewer line that went here, take it off this way where we could go between the utilities, put another manhole in, put another manhole in, and actually bypass and abandon and fill in the existing pipes. That was significant additional money also.
I think we get the idea. I can tell you really love this project, and I'll bet you it's probably, you know, the most interesting thing maybe that any engineer could ever do. I'm sure going back and looking at all that.
We also think we might have an underground railroad tunnel out there too that we're investigating. But no, those were the changes. And in fact, the original estimate that the park had for just the sewer portion of the work was about $1.1 million. When I put my plans together with more detail, it came up to about $1.4 million. And that was the original monies in the contract that was bid. Right now, we're targeting about 1.6 or 1.7 with these extras. So it isn't that we added pipe. We found some pipe that we didn't know were there. So in some cases, yes, we did add some pipe, but simply because we didn't know that there were sewers where there were sewers. What we did is we found that the construction was more difficult and more costly to the tune of about $600,000 over what we initially estimated. Regarding, you remember, an increase in monies for me, that's good. What we did is we left about 10% in the amounts that were appropriated through the initial $500,000 that Llewellyn Park contributed, and then the monies that were to be funded underneath the special assessment. We left about 10% in there with the original award of the contract. As we started running into more costs, there was a resolution that was passed by this council to use up the rest of those appropriated monies. There was nothing in that to pay for my additional inspection work. So what happened is Llewellyn Park actually took $30,000 from their monies, gave it to West Orange, because since I was working for West Orange, they couldn't pay me to do inspection. It wouldn't be the right way to do it. So $30,000 came from Llewellyn Park to West Orange, and then that $30,000 got put into the kitty for the project, which means Llewellyn Park didn't contribute $500, they contributed $530, and that was the additional $30,000 for my service. Lastly, regarding the improvements, as it was stated earlier that there was a collapsed section of pipe, that one of the items in the bond ordinance was a section of pipe. There was a question whether it was in the redevelopment area or not, and there was a discussion about how it collapsed. We found a lot of collapsed pipes in Llewellyn Park. So therefore, with those pipes being collapsed, it affected the road, but none of what we're talking about here is road. This is only sanitary sewer work. But all the stormwater, and more importantly, groundwater, there are storm drains in the park that are running constantly because of the groundwater that the storm sewer picks up. The sanitary sewer was picking up that same groundwater, and that goes into the town collection system on Main Street, causing surcharges, but it also goes to the joint meeting treatment plant. And the town of West Orange gets charged by the volume of water that is in your tax base, and that is a tax that is paid. For the water, we didn't quantify it, but for the water that we reduced, the groundwater that we reduced, and the stormwater from our sanitary system by putting all new pipe in, okay, that should be a measurable, if we had taken measurements beforehand of how much water was coming out. That's a measurable benefit to the taxpayers of West Orange, because that will reduce the usage charges from the joint meeting. So there is a benefit. And yes, it has been a good job. I've enjoyed it.
Yes. It certainly is a benefit, but it obviously comes with a cost. So, okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
Any
Anybody
questions?
else wanted to?
I got my question
You
answered.
okay? Any other questions?
I do have some questions. Mr. Jenny referred to this $30,000, and Ms. Morelli mentioned that she thought that there was potentially some sort of illegality going on. Are the two issues related, or was there any issue with that? I couldn't tell from what Ms. Morelli said.
I have no nexus to any illegality because I'm not quite sure what the reference to that is. We were given $30,000 through an escrow account to pay that, and that came before the council, and we paid for it.
Okay, so that's not a big deal.
No.
See, I recall vaguely when this first came up in 2012 or even before.
The 550 that they put into this.
That's okay. I just recall there was some discussion because there was a little bit of, I don't know, conflict or dissension among all of the homeowners, property owners in Llewellyn Park about whether to do this or not. So I think that's maybe what she referred to, but that's okay. I just want to make sure I understood this, that the original appropriation was for $4.18 million. The maximum borrowing was $3.68 million, and it would match the special assessment to the Llewellyn Park property owners. They also provided the $500,000 down payment.
Yeah, the originally put 500,000. Now it's 550. And
So
if you count the 30, it's 580. But it's
good point. Good point. And as I recall, this was promoted to the council as this wasn't going to cost us anything. And I think I may have even mentioned at the time being, we're actually subsidizing their interest costs, because if they had to go out and borrow on their own, they'd have to pay a lot more in debt service to fund this.
Well, I don't know if I would call it subsidizing, but certainly there's a benefit, to them and again, since we're doing it through an assessment, which is a legal right that the township has to do, the process to go through to have them pay for it, I mean, there's certainly nothing wrong with that. And again, the original ordinance was that they were going to pay 100%. They were paying the down payment, and that this is now that they've the expansion of the work was explained here tonight, and the challenges that they found, that there's additional expenses there that they feel that would be appropriate for the municipality to pick up. With administration's view, which is that it's appropriate. I mean, these are taxpayers, or these are property owners who, even though we consider them one parcel, each individual unit there pays a sewer fee to us, same sewer fee that anybody else in town pays. So to the extent that giving them some benefit for that seems reasonable to the administration.
So now we've increased it by we're proposing to increase it by $600,000. That's a 14% increase. The Llewellyn Park property owners are going to pay an additional $50,000 on top of the $30,000 they did?
Yes.
That interim? And this is for to cover I guess, the down payment on the borrowing?
Well, the down payment's been increased by $50,000.
Okay. And they're going to fund that?
I already have it.
Okay. So what's going to happen is we're going to borrow $550,000 and give it to them to finish this project?
That's correct.
Okay.
If it's adopted, that's what we do.
Okay. So then I was asking you about what's the debt service impact from doing this? And not to put words in your mouth, I asked, what were the cost savings to the Llewellyn Park property owners from being able to borrow on the township's strong general obligation taxpayer guarantee debt rate? And you said, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't had time to really study these, you were saying that the cost to the town, or the cost of using the town general obligation would save somewhere between, would cost about the debt service about $160,000 a year on average.
It depends on,
right.
If you look in there.
I just took the midpoint.
Because it depends, it's very difficult to do this. Let me explain why. First off, there's bond anticipation notes and there's long-term bonds. So, what the actual debt service is going to be, the principal, that's easy to calculate. You take the principal divided by 30, that's how much they owe. What's the interest? Well, the interest, it depends on when you go long, and when you go long has to do with the market. So, it could be, it's very difficult to do that. I mean, I think it's fair to say that, and I don't know what their institution would charge if they went out to borrow it, but let's say the historic long-term rate is 4%, perhaps it would be 6%, I don't know. Right now, the long-term rate is a lot less than 4%, but the short-term rate is a lot less. I mean, we're talking about, 0.5% to 3/4 maybe at tops. So it's difficult to tell, how, is it a benefit? I mean, I gave you a number. The number is based on some assumptions. Who knows whether those assumptions are right, because they're just assumptions. They're within a realm of accuracy. Is it a benefit? Do they benefit by going through a special assessment more than if they went privately? Yes. Quite frankly, it's much more secure for us. It's one of the reasons they benefit, because we're going to get our money back no matter what. A bank doesn't necessarily have that. That's why a bank charges more. So that means they actually have to pay it too. Whereas, I guess in theory, if they were with a bank and they went bankrupt, they wouldn't have to pay it. I'm not suggesting that's what would happen. My point is that there's a certain amount of security. There's a reason it's lower. The cost is lower. They have to pay it, and we're going to become whole. And, it's a policy decision for the council.
Right. So let me just see. You said that I guess we can agree, though, if it's a 30-year bond to finance these projects, 2/3 of that are going to have to be long-term bonds, because the bonds will only last as long as 10 years. Okay. So 2/3 of this are going to be long-term costs. You gave me a range of, it could be on average, I think, between the general obligation debt between $73,000 and $246,000 a year, depending.
Right.
That was the range, and I appreciate that, and I understand forecasting is part science and part art, so I appreciate that. So I just took the midpoint, and then I think you said it was a 6% on average for private, which suggested about a difference of about $83,000. If you just throw that out over 30 years, which is what's going to be the length of this indebtedness, that's just shy of $2.5 million. So over 30 years, not correcting for inflation or whatever, at the midpoint of your range, the property owners of Llewellyn Park are going to be saving about $2.5 million. Not a small amount of money. If it's at the top.
I don't know if they would save, it would certainly would be a cost avoidance, I guess. I guess that's the savings too,
Okay.
but
Whatever you want to call it, it's the same thing. It's the difference between what they'd have to borrow privately and what they borrowed with us. So that's an additional benefit that we're giving to them.
Well, no, that assumes 6% is the right number. I don't know that 6% is the right number. Again, there is a benefit. I just hesitate to, because it's a guessing game. I didn't ask them what they're rating. It's none of my business what their ability to borrow is, whether they're going to, whether they could do more. I don't know the answer to that, and I'm not going to get in the middle of that.
Right. So the appropriation was over $4 million, the original one. According to Mr. Janney, the sewer costs are going to be somewhere between $1.6, $1.7 million in total. That seems like we've already covered that part of the cost for them with the amount of borrowing that we're doing, unless I misunderstand something. And so we're essentially giving them money for a cost overrun, even though the sewer improvements do provide a benefit to the town. We've already given them a benefit on the discount on the interest costs, and the sewer costs appear to be only $1.7 million, which is well under the appropriation and the maximum borrowing that they had. So it just sounds like it's a cost overrun that we're picking up for them as opposed to them picking it up.
It's just like anything else. It's all how you look at it. I mean, if there's $1.6 million in sewer, was that all paid up front or was that paid at the end? It sounds like there's a significant cost increase at the end. So to the extent that you're putting money at the end, if you're looking at it from that perspective, it's for that. I mean, if you're, you can rationalize this any way you want, depending on what you want to do. The bottom line is it's a policy decision for council. Do they feel that it's appropriate to fund a portion of this project?
Yeah. Right. And just one last question. This bond ordinance requires a supermajority, right? So it has to get 5 votes for approval?
No.
4 votes for approval. Okay.
Yeah, all bond ordinances require.
Okay. So I'll finish with my questions.
Good. Okay. Make a motion to approve ordinance 2409-14, amending bond ordinance 2358-12.
Victor,
Is there a second?
Did you second?
I made a motion. Victor?
Okay. Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
Councilman Guarino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
No.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes. And Mr. Jenney, thank you for your explanation. That justifies my vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Ordinance on first reading, none. We have to do ABC.
Yeah, do ABC.
Please.
All right, so first, all
Okay.
right.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you.
Thank you. Make a motion to come out of executive session, reconvene as council.
So moved.
Second.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried.
So we were in executive session to discuss litigation, Township of West Orange versus Link Communications. This is Resolution 86-14. To agree to a settlement with the litigant. I make a motion to adopt Resolution 86-14.
If I could, could we get like a 30-second summary of what the settlement is or what the litigation was? Is that even possible?
No.
Can't.
Well, no.
It's an
We can't until we...
executive session.
Okay.
Do we need to put something on the record, so to speak?
I just...
We're making a motion to adopt the resolution.
Still, at this late at night, if they're interested in what the heck this is, can you just tell us what the litigation was about? And
But Should we adopt it first and then, because
do that.
officially it's not?
Yeah,
There's a motion to
generally,
adopt.
It's still a matter of litigation and an attorney-client privilege until the council votes and approves.
Right.
I'll
Right.
defer to Ken on that, but I would think it remains
that's fine.
confidential until it's in, and then we can do some exposition.
I make a motion to adopt.
I made a motion to
Oh,
adopt.
I second it.
And it's second.
Okay. Councilman Cirillo?
Yes.
Councilman Farino?
Yes.
Councilman Krokoviac?
Yes.
Councilwoman Spango?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes.
Okay.
There, I don't have the settlement agreement in front. There's a confidentiality stipulation, subject, we put on the record at the time of the settlement, that obviously the settlement would have to be approved by the governing body. But I would advise against any significant exposition or discourse outside of executive session.
So when is this, can I at least ask when you foresee that this is going to be finally settled so that we can talk about it?
I mean, once payment is rendered, the resolution and agreement will be published in accordance with applicable law now that if and when it's been adopted, which I
Right,
guess.
it's been adopted. So it can go up on the website?
So it'll go up on the
Okay,
website
all
upon
the details
adoption.
in there, okay.
Yeah, it just was not published before this in case, in the event the council did not approve the resolution.
Thank you.
I move to adjourn.
Adjourn. All in favor?
Aye. Anybody want a second?
Second. Good night. Second and good night. Thank you.